All right.
And we are live.
We are live. Welcome, everybody, to WGON Network's Traffic Report for June 26, 2020. I am one of your hosts, Matt Blasey.
And I am Big E. What's going on, Matt? How you doing?
Big E, ready for WrestleMania. Sorry, when you say WrestleMania, you have to say it in your Vince McMahon voice. WrestleMania. And
Aretha Franklin.
You know, I always joke, I was like, I'm surprised Vince kept WrestleMania as the name and didn't change it to like Sports Entertainment Mania because he hates the word wrestling. Welcome to Sports Entertainment Mania 35. So welcome back, everybody. It's been a little while since we did one of these. I think we skipped the month of May for doing our traffic reports. I think we got we front loaded March and April, and we got kind of busy in May, and June's already ending next week. So it's nice to be back in the saddle a little bit.
Yeah, we kind of tried to fill the void a little bit with some of our regularly scheduled programming, but we're back live, and I saw something really quick. I'm not hosting this week, so I'm letting Matt drive, and I can't really see much of anything in regards to comments. So I'm going to lean on you a little bit 100% this week, Matt. But yeah, it's good to be back on, and there's been actually some developments. Matt, why don't you go ahead and let on us some of the Garf news that just dropped? I think it was yesterday.
Yeah, it's really neat. We had some announcements regarding George Romero's The Amusement Park. It has been picked up for distribution, and that's probably one of the most significant news announcements regarding it, because this long-lost film is finally starting to see the day of light, and now we have a very good lead on a distribution deal. So it looks like it's going to be coming to home video through Yellow Veil Pictures. I am not familiar with Yellow Veil Pictures.
Yeah, when they first I was going to just say I wasn't, when I first read the news brief, couldn't tell if they're handling the releasing or just simply trying to secure distribution. But now it looks like they're going to be handling the full deal. And yeah, I'm not familiar with it in work, but it's nice nice to have it on the board as a release, a coming soon release. And Matt, you and I were discussing off air just to pack that in some special features and a commentary with I don't know who we were saying, maybe Nick Mastandrea or Mike Gornick, people like that.
Yeah, Bonnie Heinzman, some of those people that seem to have been instrumental. I mean, with the print being discovered in the collection of the Bill Heinzman estate with Bonnie, it seems that maybe she's a treasure trove of information about the film. I mean, I know George wasn't always the best at recollecting certain memories about some of the earlier films, especially in that era between, Knight and Martin. It'll be interesting to see if we can, dive a little deeper. I mean, the film's only a little over an hour long, or right about an hour. And it'll be nice to finally pull back the curtain as to what was it about this film? What made it become lost? We say lost all the time, and we always think of these big, huge vaults at Universal or MGM or Sony. And here the amusement park's been in Pittsburgh the whole time. So let's crack that case open, I say, and figure out some of these stories, because it was definitely an interesting watch.
Yeah, Matt and I had a chance to take a look at it recently, and I've watched it a couple times now, and the best way I
Hey, I apologize. Eric's got a little bit of a bad connection on his end, apparently. He's really deep in thought.
Is if you've seen a lot like the sequences in film, books that are from those nightmare sequences, and it's the fortune teller type woman who was kind of the
I think Eric's on dial-up.
witch master and the witch. Yeah, I'm having some hear you, but it's coming back a little choppy.
Yeah, we kind of, unfortunately, I kind of didn't catch almost anything you said. And I think some of the viewing audience kind of missed that too, apparently. Oh, lost him. Yes, Eric actually did get a new modem today. Kevin, it was funny. He got one, and apparently it was not working to his thing. So he's actually broadcasting from his phone. So I'm going to carry on a little bit about the amusement park. If you missed the amusement park, definitely give it a watch. I didn't know what to expect, and it's really, really early in raw Romero. And Lincoln Mazel definitely had a lot of range in this, and I was engrossed. It's only an hour, slightly over an hour long, and it held my attention the whole time. I mean, it's so hard or funny to say, an hour long film holds your attention, but I wasn't bored. Like, it was, you could kind of see what was going on, and it's very overt, but it just doesn't come out and say it. So if you can get to see this as soon as you can, in regards to, oh, there he is. We're getting back. Biggie.
Put it on Wi-Fi, see if it helps. But yeah, it was incredibly choppy.
All right, you're looking a little better there, bud. No, I was just carrying on saying I really enjoyed it, and I think it go out of your way to see it. I mean, that's.
Would you catch the part where I said the lady that taught Jan White witchcraft in Season of the Witch, the same woman who was the fortune teller, who was telling Michael Gornick about his future?
I thought she looked familiar. I was like, I know her from somewhere, and I couldn't place because I watched it really late at night, and I was like, I know her. But yeah, it's neat. I want to go back and check that again if I can. But yeah, I mean, it's a lost film.
I'm surprised you liked it, honestly. I was expecting a very poor review.
No, I liked it. I mean, it was different, and I think I like that about George's movies. They're all different in their own right, but there was something about this one that I just kind of got, because, in all honesty, it deals with aging and everything. And I was a sociology major in college, and I took a sociology of death course. I mean, it's such a morbid title, but it dealt with the aspects of aging and dying from a sociological perspective. So a lot of that I had studied in school kind of resonated with me, and it kind of churned all that theory and all that stuff back up. And that could be why. No, I like all of George's films at different levels. And we were talking, and I said, well, it's kind of blasphemous. I kind of knocked Knight Riders down a couple of pegs after watching it a couple of weeks ago. And that could be blasphemous, but yeah, I'm hoping that whatever, addition we get released of this film, that we do get some sort of extras, whether it's interviews. Like I said, I'm a commentary junkie, so throw a commentary on there for an hour and let me, soak that in, because that's my bread and butter of a Blu-ray release. I want a commentary or 2 or 3. We can see how many we can get into one disc.
And unfortunately, the location that was used is no longer there. It's now like a Kmart.
Yeah, it's a shop. It's the West Park Plaza or West Park Shopping Center, just north of the city. I think it was converted to that either right after the park closed in 76 or 77. So probably late 70s, very early 80s, that was redeveloped into a commercial shopping center. So we can't go ride on the old rides. And yes, we can. I can see us there.
Just at first glance, it looks a lot like.
It looks a lot like technology.
It looks like Kennywood, but I mean, yeah, it's coming in pretty bad on my end too.
Yeah, like you said, it looks like Kennywood. A lot of people thought it was Kennywood. I mean, I'll be honest, I wasn't familiar with amusement parks in Pittsburgh back in the 70s, but it seemed a couple of people that I saw post about it on some of the George Romero related groups on Facebook tend to have a lot of fond memories from going there back in the day. So it seemed like it was one of those amusement parks. Like we have Knoebels here in northern PA, and it's just those types of rides, that type of atmosphere, more of almost feels like a big carnival. Yeah, we lost Eric again. Sorry, guys. It's 2020. Technology works great and sometimes doesn't. So, I do apologize. Eric's working off his phone again. But we're going to bring some stuff to you tonight. We have, like we talked about, we're going to have Jason Green on here in a little bit, who does absolutely fantastic artwork and sculptures, a lot related to George Romero, especially Day of the Dead, one of Eric's absolute favorite films. We are going to trying to get everybody situated here. So this is my first time hosting. It's a little different, but yeah, a lot of nice Romero stuff coming down the road. Sorry, my cat is making weird faces at me. I think he's trying to kill me. Eric and I were just out in Pittsburgh a couple weeks ago, and we got to see a lot of you guys. There he is, Mr. WrestleMania.
We're gonna try the Wi-Fi for a bit, but I may cut out that other. I can't bear with the phone anymore. It's driving me nuts.
You're fine. And WGON Traffic Report brought to you unofficially by Iron City Light
and the amusement park news.
No, I was just saying, we were just out in Pittsburgh a couple weeks ago, and we saw a couple of people, and it was nice to hang out in the city and visit some spots and locations and really have a good time. It was nice. I mean, we love coming out there for Living Dead weekend. It's always a great time when the convention is happening, but it was nice to not rush around. We kind of ran around for 2.5 full days and really got to pick up a lot of spots that we had never been before and discover some new ones. I had a blast. I really, really want to go back out again and do some more of that stuff.
It's cool though. Like a lot of times you'll, or I've noticed, we'll get on a hot streak, and everything's rolling downhill. We got up to Washington Jefferson University to see some of the dark half locations, and noticed that. Well, all the doors were locked because obviously the college is closed because of COVID-19. But we just happened to stop by the security office, and they were completely friendly, let us right in. And we actually had another party show up like right as we were leaving and walk back up to the security desk. And they were like, yeah, we'll let you back in. We don't care. So everything just happened to work out. It just has a way of working out sometimes. We can't really explain it. You just being there is half the battle, it seems.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those days where we covered a lot of ground. I mean we were in Washington all day Saturday, and to get down there is about 45 minutes from Monroeville where we stayed, and just absolutely jumping around place to place, and seeing everything with the crew, with Misty and Will and Britt and Burian, was just a fun time, and it was nice to bring a lot of folks along that haven't done a lot of this with us before. So it was neat having them there and kind of show them what they do, show them what we do. And we lucked out. We actually got into the house that Michael Rooker lived in the dark half. We actually were lucky enough to catch the owners there, and he said, sure, come on over. And we heard his life story and the history of him in the house, and we learned a little bit about the town in the neighborhood, which was really neat. And
there was that artist they kept talking about that
that paint that has that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't remember the name. We'll have to ask Misty if she remembers what his name was, because that was. We got a nice history lesson. I mean, it's pretty neat. I mean, you don't think that people in 2020 that live in these little towns or these areas have a lot of history to them, but we got a decent amount of backstory with homes and houses and families. And, it's just really neat to see how interconnected a lot of places are in 2020 that you wouldn't think anymore.
Yeah. And just because somebody's giving you the stink eye, I mean, honestly, there's two people we first encountered in downtown Washington. They didn't really seem welcoming, but then once they got to talking, I mean, they were very forthcoming and had a lot to say about the history of the homes, who owns what, and actually went a long way toward getting us into that house that Rooker lived in the film. So yeah, it all worked. I mean, I think originally we were probably planning on spending maybe 10 minutes tops there, but we had to have spent at least an hour, if not more, poking around there.
Yeah, and that's one thing. If you guys ever go and do location visits, build in your travel time and at least double the time for each stop, because you never know who you're going to meet. And it's amazing. I mean, I love Pittsburgh, for obvious reasons, but almost everybody out there has always been super friendly, super welcoming, and it's just nice. It's refreshing, because you always think everyone's going to be very, closed off or almost even antagonistic. But everyone was like, "Oh yeah, I know the guy who lives down the street. He lives over there. Go talk to him. He should know who you want to talk to." And especially if you're forthcoming with what you're doing, they go, "Oh really? Oh yeah, no, I know about that." So yeah.
Well, real quick, can you think of a time where you were treated poorly? Because I can't. I have not encountered anybody that.
I mean, other than people like not being home or answering the phone, but nothing outright to our faces. I mean, it's, we made some random stops just in North Braddock last summer for the Martin house, Mrs. Santini's house, and the gentleman didn't even know the movie was filmed there, and we showed it to him. We're like, "Look, here's your bathroom." 15 people roll into his front garage, his front of his driveway, and he's standing in his front door like, what the hell are these guys doing? And we just tell him, say, hey, your house was in Martin, George Romero made a movie here. And he was like, oh really? And it just snowballs from there. And as long as you're respectful, and with the businesses, if you can throw them some patronage, if there's a storefront or a restaurant, you buy a drink or whatever, throw them a couple of bucks. It never hurts. Small businesses are the backbone of this country, and especially in a big city. I mean, these guys, this is their livelihood. So, I'll gladly throw down for a couple of drinks, or, a snack or a package or something, or, hell, I'll even, come back with a gift card. Hey, thanks for letting us in. You didn't have to do it, but here's a Starbucks gift card. Here's a Dunkin' Donuts gift card. Here, treat yourself. Thanks for the hospitality. And it definitely goes a long way. But yeah, Pittsburgh, hands down, one of the best cities in the world. One of the nicest.
Mm-hmm. So did we cover everything on? Sorry, I had internet dial-up internet going. So did we cover the amusement park fully?
Yeah. So in regards to the amusement park, be on the lookout, guys. We are probably going to have another WGON traffic report here very shortly, hoping in the next week, with some official guests regarding the George A. Romero Foundation to talk more about the amusement park. So stay on the lookout for on our Facebook page for that, so we can keep you guys up to date, because I know a lot of people are wanting to know it. They want to see it. I see it in the comments. How can I see it? Guys, stay tuned. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully in the next week. Before then, we can set up another event and get some news coming your way officially from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And because details are sketchy right now, and hopefully we can clear everything up for you before too long. And
So I think we are ready to bring on our featured guest tonight.
Awesome.
He is waiting patiently in the green room, Mr. Jason Green, ladies and gentlemen.
There he is.
There he is.
He's wearing his colors.
There you go.
There you go. Can you see it?
That's right.
Is that a take on the shirt from
Monster Squad?
The Stephen King. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw that like years ago, and I was like, I have to have that. So I grabbed it. And I know a lot of people at conventions look at it and they're like, but fuck them.
Well, I mean, they should be looking at it and go, duh, of course he does. Like, we don't need a fucking shirt to know that George Romero rules, because you know what? If you don't think he rules, just get out.
Yeah, just get on my way. I appreciate you guys having me on. I had some issues trying to connect. Apparently, you can't do this with your cell phone.
You can. You have to use
Safari.
to use Chrome or Firefox.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, when you get
I was freaking out. I was like, oh God.
Yeah, it's a platform that I was introduced to when I was actually doing one of these online events with George's oldest son, Cameron. And I happened to know, I was like, StreamYard, I've never heard of it. So I went and Googled it, and I sent to Eric. I was like, holy shit, I think this would be great to do a Facebook Live video, because at that point, Facebook Messenger didn't allow for multiple people, or Facebook Live didn't allow for multiple people anymore. And we were trying to figure it out. And then we popped on this. And then like 2 weeks later, Facebook Live is like, hey, have multiple people on Facebook Live. I was like, fuckers. But, with the advent of Zoom and everything changing, I mean, stuff like this, I think, is going to be more and more prevalent and probably very, very user friendly for a lot of this stuff. But yeah, we're totally excited to have you on. Your artwork is thing of legends. I mean, this is the first time.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's like the very first time any of us have ever got a chance to meet. It's so funny because, we all go to the same conventions, and you just get so wrapped up and looking at everything. And sometimes you just, walk past each other. Or, I mean, since I've been down here in Florida now for about 4 years, I feel like that we've been kind of like hidden, I guess you would say, because the only convention that happens around here is like Spooky Empire. And it's just not worth it anymore to go to that. So, but we were going to be up there in Pittsburgh in June, but obviously with everything that happened, so it looks like now in November.
Yeah, it'll be nice, because I mean, I know, Jason, you and me have never met in person. I mean, this is really the first time we've really had a back and forth live dialogue.
But how long have we been Facebook friends?
For years. I think I got introduced to your work first, and then we became Facebook friends. And and that's what I love about this community is, you know someone for something, and then you get to know them, and you're like, holy shit, why didn't we meet sooner? And you're Eric's in Northern Florida. We're in Florida. Right. Are you at?
I'm outside of DeLand, which I'm about 4 hours away from Tallahassee, where Eric's from.
Okay. Yeah, my dad actually lives in DeLand.
Oh yeah,
no shit.
Small world.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I think I first heard about your work when you made the Day of the Dead piece for Lee, who did the Making of Day of the Dead book.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that was my introduction to your which is
Yeah.
an amazing piece, by the way. I
I
mean,
appreciate that.
I'm not even much of a Day fan, but I'd proudly display that in my home.
Don't even get me started. When you started on Sarah that last time, I was like, okay, buddy. All right.
So that'll be Eric's exit for the night. Eric, thank you for joining us. We're going to go ahead and continue with the Day of the Dead celebration. We'll see you next week. No.
Fair enough.
Hey, I take my lumps with the movies I don't like, so it's all right. It's all good. It's all good. So, Jason, for those of you that don't know, for people that don't know you, how'd you get started with doing artwork, especially related to George or artwork in general?
Well, I definitely would say that Savini and George were definitely the ones that influenced me as a kid. I started thinking the other night, when did I actually start watching these movies? And believe it or not, I remember I was 6 years old at the rental store, and I saw the poster for Night of the Living Dead, the remake with the green fog and the zombies and everything. And by that time, I had already seen Day of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead. So those movies I had already seen. And I was already at that time doing artwork. I was already drawing zombies, Halloween. I always wanted to dress up. So at an early age, those movies were already, a really important part of my life. And that's where it all started, just being a little kid. And if you knew the household that I grew up in, how the hell did I even watch that stuff? I don't know how I was even able to get my hands on it, but my mom allowed me. And she knew that I knew it was a movie, but yeah, so it was definitely at an early age, and it all influenced me.
So what is it about Day of the Dead? Because that seems, I'm going to assume that's your favorite.
That one is definitely my favorite. I mean, I love Dawn. Everyone loves Dawn. Day was just dark, super dark, claustrophobic. You hate these people, and I'm more talking about Rhodes and the military, but yet you're kind of like confused because that's the military. Those are people that you're supposed to rely on, and they don't even know what the hell's going on, and they're losing their shit. And I think it was a lot of emotions with that movie, and also the special effects. I think this was the very first time that I watched a movie where it kind of clicked in my head like, hey, these were actually people at one time. The beginning of the movie, my favorite zombie is the marching band zombie. She's got the hat, she's beautiful. I mean, she's beautiful. And Matt, I'm sure and Eric, I'm sure you guys have, those little zombie crushes maybe. But that's mine. That's where, and Matt, the reason why I said you first was because where you were in Land, and I was thinking of the softball zombie.
Yeah.
She's cute.
Oh, she totally is.
But Eric's trying to think. Yeah, you got one. All right.
We've reached the necrophilia portion of the WGON Traffic Report.
So, it was more of seeing these zombies, and as a kid from Dawn, I just thought of them as zombies. And then when I saw them a day, it just kind of clicked like, hey, these were actually people at some time. And then I started to think more about it. And I think that's the reason why it kind of impacted me more, because I thought more about it. And then the special effects, of course. And like what I said, it's just an absolutely dark movie. And yeah.
It's definitely dark.
Yeah.
That's for
and
sure.
plus Bub. I mean, you got to love Bub.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Bub's the
hits
best part of the film.
And when people talk about the original copy, I've read the original script, and I'm really glad that we have what we got from Romero, because I think maybe it would just been a little too much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe in 1985 we weren't ready for that type of epic. We kind of touch on George kind of touches on that Land of the Dead a bit.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Yeah, I never read the Day script and just said, "Wow, that would have been a better movie."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I never understood, but it's kind of almost like a consensus when you dip into fanhood and they're like, "Oh God, it should have been the original script." I'm not so sure about that. I think it was just the like you said, the darkness, because we're used, not that dawn or night was necessarily light, but it was just very extremely dark, very mean, very ugly.
Right.
I think that's what caught me off guard when I first saw it.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, the one thing I feel like people kind of shit on too is the music, the score. And I think it's great. It's got that Caribbean, like, living here in Florida, I love that. I love that Caribbean sound. And I could put the record on and just let it go all day. And I just love it. And, I love the Goblin from Dawn, but there's just something about with just Day. With the music, it's just, I think it fits it great.
Yeah, I mean, each film definitely has distinctive looks and sounds, and when people say Day is dark, I think all of George's zombie films are dark. I call it more grim. Like, there's not a lot of hope. By the time we get to Day of the Dead, they already have their backs against the wall, and they're really just doing every single thing they can to just make it through every day. I mean, every day is a struggle in that bunker. And they Sarah's only hope is the hope that Dr. Frankenstein can find something. But really, what the hell can he do at this point? Where's he, if he comes up with a vaccine or comes up with a reason why, well, what the hell can he do with it? So they're really hanging on the last straws of humanity. Even more so than Land, where they're just pretending to be alive because they're above ground and they're in a city where they're really cut off from everything down in that that bunker. There's no semblance of any sort of normalcy down there.
Yeah, Land is almost a combination of Day and Dawn, to where you have the dark, ugly elements, but you also have kind of the shopping mall, penthouse, people still trying to hang on. Yeah, and I'm warming up. I'm warming up to Land a little bit. It took me. I don't know. Wait, Jason, what was your reaction to Land?
Well,
Uh-oh.
I think.
All right, folks, that's it for tonight. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next time.
You see the gears kicking right now. They're trying. I think
you can be honest here. It's a safe zone.
I think it was. I think it was a big budget. I think seeing the stuff that Romero did before in the past, and then having something like that, and it just, to me, it felt more Hollywood. And with everything that George did before, it was always in Pittsburgh. It was a family film. And with Land, it just felt Hollywood because you had some really big names in the movie, and all the other movies, you never really had those big of stars. And
they weren't big stars when they were in George's films.
Right.
He got them before.
Exactly. And so then you get these big stars in these movies, and sometimes I feel like that's what kind of kills things, because you see it on TV too with TV episodes like Workaholics. I don't know if you guys ever saw that show or anything, but it was really funny at the very beginning. Then they started bringing in big names into the show, and that just kind of, I felt like it went down a little bit. But Land, I think the zombies were just a little too smart. I mean, they
got smart too fast.
Too fast. Big Daddy was definitely. He was just getting too smart, too fast.
Yeah, I just watched the film the other night because it hit the 15-year mark. I see light. And that's
I'm the seltzer guy.
Oh,
hey, I'm down with the seltzers.
There you go. At least it's not White Claw.
Oh, I ran out.
Oh, you ran out. Oh, he's a basic white girl. Gotcha.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, when I was watching Land last night or the other night, and that's always been probably my biggest criticism, is that Big Daddy was 3 steps ahead of Bub where he should have been like the next step. And it's like he picks up the gun and he accidentally triggers it, and he kind of realizes I'm okay with that level of evolution. I think it was too soon, too fast in one movie, you know, and if he would have kept the next series of movies going in sequence, maybe that could have elevated it.
Or maybe if Leguizamo had been out there training them for just such a purpose or something, give us some kind of reason.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we're arguing the smartness of zombies in a zombie apocalypse. We're ignoring the fact that zombies aren't real, and you know, and I've always said that. I said it's like, all right, well, we're conditioned to think zombies are dumb and they go by instinct and all that stuff. And again, I liked what he did with Big Daddy. He should have dialed it back a couple of steps. You know, my biggest gripe, and I love Eugene to death. I've known him for 15 years now. Was just the growling, the howling. I think that just, that's his Darth Vader. No,
we get it 20 times.
Exactly.
It was like the Tim the Home Improvement Tim Allen when he was he would do that to get the attention of the other zombies, and I'm like, what the hell was that? You know, I mean, and then all the other zombies turn around, and then I thought honestly what was kind of cool was the sky flowers. Is that what they called it? Yeah. I actually kind of thought that was kind of cool because that was something a little different. Like, hey, like, would that really get their attention?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they in a lot of zombie movies, they always try to create some sort of distraction with noise or something, and they use
fire.
They use fireworks in this one, where any other time they would use like a radio, or something to attract their attention. Yeah. It was. I watched Land probably the most critically in many years the other night, and I definitely see where I don't want to call them flaws or shortcomings, just kind of areas of opportunity that kind of get brought to the forefront, that kind of overshadow the rest of the movie. And like you said, it is it's more polished than we've ever seen a George movie. And, it could be the technology and the star power, we focus on that a lot. And I always said, my least favorite part of anything George has ever done has been sometimes the dialogue that he writes for certain people. Because I think certain characters, he gets it, like with Rhodes. Going back to Day, I mean, people will quote Rhodes, from Day till the end of time. They absolutely love it. And there's a lot of, to me, cringeworthy statements in Land that I'm like, oh, could you have just shortened that up or not said it in a certain way? Because it really detracts from what he's showing on screen. And, again, that's probably the most critical thing I could ever say about George in terms of his work, was just some of his dialogue I felt just didn't stick. And it really showed it. It started showing its head in Land, and it kind of carried through, because there's some other examples in the later films that, I kind of pause at and I go,
here, give me 30 seconds and I'll put over Day a little bit. I think some of the best things about Day is like what's not on camera or what wasn't shown. Like Sarah argues with Logan, like, what good is training one friggin' zombie? You're spending all this time on Bub. And what they didn't mention is, think about what they could have done with Bub. They could have sent Bub out into the world to retrieve things. Or, you know what I mean? Bub could have been the one that trained other zombies. Right. There's any number of possibilities that weren't even discussed. Meanwhile, what the flying fuck is Sarah working on? You know what I mean? What is she doing? What is she doing? It's never discussed. But she acts as if she's doing something worth a shit. But what is it?
I guarantee she was an intern.
Cool. The potential for Bub.
She was probably an intern, or she was studying under him. It feels like there was a longer relationship, because she's very on his side, and if they just kind of got thrown together, I don't feel that she would have seen what he was trying to do without maybe some pre-knowledge of him or working with him before. But like you said, every time John Amplet goes, I've seen one of those things trying to drive a car down Pennsylvania Avenue. Like I would love to see a cutaway of a zombie sitting
We did, and what was Survival?
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, no.
Yeah. But I just picture the zombie, sitting in the back seat with his hands like this, going like this, and then kind of like walking by, and the zombie's not even paying attention to him, in front of the freaking White House.
Yeah.
And that would have been neat. I mean, George never really did that. Like to see some flashbacks.
Oh well, it's funny because I swear to God, I keep this thing by my bed at night. It's literally my Bible.
It's your Bible.
I got pages almost falling out of this damn thing because I look at it so much. And the thing is, there were so many zombies in this movie that you don't even see on the big screen. And it's really disappointing because a lot of people put some time in this. This is like besides the marching band zombie above, this one is by far my favorite. It's just a beautiful makeup. And unfortunately,
do we see him on screen?
No, not at all. And I talked to Dean Gates this morning on Facebook, and I'm trying to figure out, exactly who it was that was responsible for that makeup, and he thought maybe it could be Everett or John that could have done it, or Howard. But
that's one guy that only worked in Florida. The effects guy, was it Barry Anderson?
Barry Anderson and Rick Gonzalez.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's so many things that just go unrecognized that they didn't get a chance to use in that movie. And, the one thing I'm kind of glad about that George didn't use the original script is because you would never have seen Bub at all in the original script. He would have, I think, only been in it for just a little bit. There was all these other zombies that they were training to lead the pack. So that's kind of nice because then we never would have had that relationship at all.
So what do you think is the anchor that really makes people go to Day of the Dead? Is it Rhodes or the story of Bub?
That's hard to say. I think Rhodes is such a likable. He's such a popular villain.
Likable.
He's a very likable villain.
I would describe Rhodes.
Everyone likes Rhodes. He is maybe one of the most famous villains of all time in horror cinema, I would have to say. I mean, the shit he says, and his overacting, but that's what makes the character, and it's great. And then, I mean, you can't help but love Bub. He's like that dog that you want, like you just want to take him in. And I don't know. It's just, I feel like with Bub, you wouldn't have anything to worry about, I mean, you saw that with Logan, they had that moment with each other, but that was trust. But the one thing that I would definitely change, if I had one thing to change about Day of the Dead, would be the ending. And that would be, okay, so to me, in Romero's movies, when you die, you come back as a zombie. Even if you're not bitten, you can come back as a zombie like Tony Todd did in Savini's remake. I would love to have seen not Rhodes, but Logan at the very end come back as a zombie. That would have been really cool. And then Bub and him would have seen each other, and you could see Bub being kind of excited because he's like, hey, that's Logan. But then you would see that disappointment in his face because he would know that he's no longer the Logan that he was before. And that to me would have been a little bit of a chill, something a little bit different. So, and I think we lost Eric.
Oh, no. Someone must have picked up the phone. I think he's on dial-up.
Oh, that's still around?
No. No, I mean, I've never heard that before. That's actually a really good, thought. I think a lot of people, and I've said this over the years, I think it would have been really neat to see Logan be the one to come back and get his comeuppance against Rhodes. Mm-hmm. But to have that that recognition between Bub and Logan, at the end, kind of where they're, just kind of looking at each other, I remember you, but I don't know you. And I think that would have been neat. I mean, that's, if you could have changed that from Sarah waking up on the beach, and I think it would have helped with that theme of that downtrodden ending, because Day does kind of give you, that sense of hope that, hey, they're going to make it. It's going to be okay. They got to their island. They're just going to sit there and fish till till the end of days. Cause who the hell knows where they're at? They could
actually, they're not too far from the helipad if you think about it. Hollywood magic.
Yeah. No. And that's, Day's one of those films where I go to it more than Night. And there's times where I'm in like a super night mood and I want to watch it. Day's just kind of one of those, I can put it on and do what I am. And I find myself like quoting the movie, while I'm doing, fucking dishes or something. I'm working around the house and it's on, and I just catch myself like going along with the dialogue.
It's that hatred from the movie, that's building it up when you're doing the dishes because you don't like doing it.
Yeah, no, and I do. I love Day. Day was one of those, probably the last one that I remember getting introduced to. I remember seeing it as a kid, but I had no clue what movie it was. I just remember the scene where Rhodes gets killed. He opens up the door and he's screaming and then he's ripped apart. And I was probably 7 or 8 when I saw it, and I didn't see it again for years. And then I realized, holy shit, this is Day of the Dead. When I rented it in the theater, or rented it from Blockbuster one day, because I was like, oh, that's a George movie. I don't know if I've ever seen this. And then I put it in. I go, my 7-8-year-old repressed memories come back to surface as a teenager, and I see it again, and it's probably my second favorite of the trilogy, the original trilogy, I guess you want to call it, if we're going to go like Star Wars terminology.
Right. Because when Romero did Land, that was like what, 20 years. That was a huge gap. You think about that fan base that you have at 20 years. That was a long time. I think that's kind of what hurt Land a little bit.
Well, yeah, and I'm thinking about it now. Like, Land just turned 15. When by the time I got on the internet and was discovering the homepage of the Dead and this entire like George Romero fandom, Day was not even 15 years old yet, and a lot of people still didn't talk about it. They were kind of like, yeah, there's Day of the Dead, but we're going to celebrate Dawn. And we love Night. Day did not get its footing as a true nitty gritty fan favorite till after it turned 15. And I've always said that the biggest detriment to Land, like you said, is we had 20 years with this trilogy of films for George to come back.
Yep.
And it took 20 years for George to do it. And that was an older George. It wasn't the same George that made Day of the Dead. And by that time, his style as a filmmaker has changed. His outlook on life had changed. Hollywood changed. So there was a lot working against him to make his true fourth entry that we had been hoping for. And I think if the scale of Land wasn't as big, in one hand, it could be better. In one hand, it probably wouldn't be as big as it was to show this massive empty city with, the hundreds of zombies. So Land really has a trade-off more than Day, because like you said, I don't know if I would want to see Day's original script, because it'd be cool to see what it was, but I don't think it would have been as good as what we got. And I think them taking $3 million or whatever it was from him to do an unrated picture, I think actually worked to George's benefit, because I think George isn't used to having $15 to $20 million. Yeah. And then when someone gives you that, they're going to want more control. George has to give up more control. And, but then when you work on a micro budget, Diary and Survival at that stage, it's, you got later George working on a micro budget and you get Survival and Diary. But if you gave George a micro budget in the 90s, he probably could have done something completely different that might resonate with us differently now. I don't know. It's armchair directing. Oh, give George $50 million. I don't think George would want $50 million to do a movie. I don't think he would know what the hell to do with $50 million. I wouldn't put George in charge of a large budget remake.
Yeah.
You would, unless you were a true independently wealthy person, here, George, Here's 50 million. Here's your check. Make what you want. I don't know if he would spend it all.
Yeah. I mean, after a while, you'd start running out of ideas. I'd feel like when you have that big of a budget, you're just like, well, what the fuck am I going to do with all this?
Well, shit, he could probably make 10 movies with a $50 million budget. And I would say do that.
Yeah, instead of all in one. Yeah.
Yeah. He was never, a blank check kind of guy. Give him what he, we were just listening when we were in Pittsburgh, we were listening to the Richard Rubenstein commentary. Having someone in charge of the money that knows how to handle it and how to get that return and how to position themselves for a distribution deal, for, to work in their favor is something I think was Rubenstein's strength. George is a director. He's not a business guy. He's not a money guy. And having someone that says, look, this is what we need to do. We're only going to spend $1 million on this movie. Well, how can I do that? You can do it, George. Here's $1 million. We're going to hold the rest in reserve because we can probably make 3 more movies with the rest of this money. And you're going to make more than $1 million with the George Romero movie. As long as it's done, as long as you give him time. I think the shooting schedule for Land was like 35 days. It was under 40 days. And when you think about Dawn, I mean, Christ, he shot Dawn over like 5 months. And at night. And at night, and it all depends on the location. And Day was shot. It wasn't too terribly long of a shoot.
No, I mean, they were just down in Florida for maybe a couple of days, and then the rest of it was down in the mines. But still, being in that environment would be so rough because you would hear the story about, they would never see daylight ever. They would get down in the mines first thing in the morning and leave at night.
Well, and even if they shot in the summer, working in the mines, you don't need daylight. If you're trying to shoot at night, do it in the wintertime. That's why all of George's, film shoots are cold as shit because they're always shot in October, November. You have the most darkness to deal with, and trust me, Canada gets cold.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Trust me, it was cold.
I don't miss that up north shit,
Yeah. January, February up here sucks. It gets a little brutal around August, and I'm sure you guys have our August weather now.
Jason, where'd you move from?
I used to live in Kentucky, and before that, I was in Pennsylvania. I used to live in Washington.
No shit.
Yeah. But Matt, you saying that, this is actually, I like to say this is our winter in Florida because it's so goddamn hot. No one wants to go outside. You stay in, and the AC bill goes up. So this is our winter.
You guys come out of your houses mid-November and go back in March or something.
It's just too damn hot.
I was down there at Disney in January a couple years ago, and I was like, oh my God, it's so great. It's 65, and I was loving it. And I was like, I'm never coming down here in August, ever. Never. I don't know how you guys do it. Props to you guys for that, but that would be a shit show for me. I would be melting.
Yeah. I mean, I've only been down here for about 4 years now, but I still miss the fall up north. There's nothing like it. So hopefully if everything goes well with the Living Dead weekend, that's going to be really nice because that'll be in November. It'll be nice and cool, and it'll be nice to get away from this place.
You're planning on going?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was going to go in June, but all this shit that's happened, and it's just put everything – it just has postponed everything for so many people and for myself. So it just sucks.
Yeah, when we were out there in Pittsburgh, it was just, we were walking through the mall, and it was probably 3 weeks after Allegheny County went to the green phases, we're calling it in PA. And probably half the stores in the mall still weren't open. And it was, it's still weird. It's still weird. Yeah. Not so much the mask, but like I had to wait to get in one of the stores in the mall, and I'm like, let's go. And you feel rushed, when you're in some place that's counting people at the door, you feel like you can't mosey around and browse. Like you need to get in and get out because you know how long it took you to get in there. and if there's other people waiting. So it was interesting. I mean, we went and we ate out. You know, we had our obligatory Primantis, and we went in and sat right down. And but yeah, it's a different atmosphere out there.
It is. We were just down in Fort Myers maybe a couple of months ago, and it was really nice getting down there because it was a totally different atmosphere. It was almost as if none of this was going on. But that's the reason why we just had over 9,000 cases yesterday of this. But anyway, so we were just down in Fort Myers, and it was really nice because it was almost like, the staff at the restaurants, everyone was being safe with masks and gloves. But the locals, people walking around, you didn't see any masks, and it was kind of really nice, but it still had that odd feeling of it's just not normal right now. But it's nice to get away. That's what I had to do. I told the wife, she asked me, what I want to do for my birthday. And every year we always go down to Fort Myers, just like you guys. I mean, Matt, you live like 3 hours from the Monroeville Mall. You brought it up, the perfect example. Why do you go to the mall so much or something like that? And it's like being on set of your favorite movie. And even though we go to Fort Myers every fucking year, I still take pictures all the damn time at the same angles. Nothing changes because it's all historic. So nothing's going to change, thank God. It's not ever going to get knocked down, but I still take 1,000 pictures. And it's so nice because I'm on set. And when we were there, the more tipsy I get, the more I kind of get upset about this question. But I like to go into these bars and I'll start asking the locals, like, "Hey, did you know about a movie that was ever filmed here?" No. So I asked 10 people. No one knew anything about Day of the Dead being filmed there except one person. And every time with the pictures, my wife my wife is watching. Jeez. So anyways, but the funny thing is out of 10 people, only one person was like, "Yeah, there was a zombie movie filmed here, and it was Dawn of the Dead." And I was like, okay, that was it. That was the last one. I was like, fuck this. I can't ask anymore. But it's kind of sad because not a lot of people know. But
well, when I first started going to the Monroeville Mall, it was, you'd read on the internet, don't mention Dawn of the Dead, don't take pictures. And I think I was wearing this shirt. It was one of the Fright Rag shirt. And I walked in the store and said, "Nice shirt. Yeah, especially for here." And it's like, now they celebrate it. And they're like, "Yeah, we're, us fans are helping keep that mall in business because we go and we spend money." And, it's a totally different feeling. And, Eric and I go downtown and places, "Do you know that George Romero filmed a movie here?" And we're like, "Well, I know he did Night of the Living Dead and the one in Monroeville." And some people are like, it's like 50-50. You don't know, but we
tell you what, though, if you bust out a large camera, though, they'll still give you a little bit of hassle at the mall. If you recall a couple of years ago, Matt.
Yeah.
One of our friends got in a little trouble for bringing out a big time camera.
Yeah. When we were there, when Adam the Woo and I were there filming, we were there the whole day, and Adam shoots on a DSLR. And not one person gave us a second look. None of the security guards, they walked by and they looked at us and were like, "All right." I was like, "Okay, cool. I guess it's acceptable now." And
I guess it depends on the mall cop. That's on
true.
The one that has the power trip.
Yeah. Well, the ones that are there now are pretty cool. And I think having Living Dead weekend there has kind of made it acceptable because they understand that people are going to come there for that reason. Yeah. And as long as you're not being disruptive or being obnoxious, you're going to be fine. They get it. Everyone's got a camera now. Yeah,
I remember before we lived in Pennsylvania, it was so funny because like before the internet. It's funny that I can say that because there was a time before the internet. But anyways, I remember when I Googled or found out there was the Monroeville Mall. Where was it? And then you get the number and you call, and that's what I did. I called the customer service, and I remember seeing from the old was it the 4-pack DVD? There was the mall tour, and I was like, okay, do they? And I called the customer service. I'm like, yeah, do you guys still do that mall tour thing or anything like that? And of course they were like, no, and so much changed and everything, But that's the best thing that you can do is go visit those sites because that's what we did. My wife took me to Horror Hound in 2009, I think it was. That was my very first convention, and it was right beside the Monroeville Mall.
Oh, that was 2008. I was there.
2008.
Yeah.
And
that was the only time
great.
they went there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was great because that's when we got to watch the movie inside the mall.
Yep. Oh shit, dude! I was there. I was there with you.
Yeah. I didn't have this long of hair at that time.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have the beard, so. But yeah, I mean, and that's the cool thing about the internet and this type of tight community is like, holy shit, we probably like rubbed elbows next to each other walking in the hallway because that was the first show I went to after my son was born. I'm like, oh shit, how do I do conventions with a baby now? And that was my wife's birthday weekend, and I said, here for your birthday, guess what we get to do? We get to go to Horror Hound. Yeah, it was the best birthday she ever had.
I'll buy you some popcorn.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, pretty much. Well, she had to sit with Reeve in the hotel room while I sat in the mall till 3 a.m. But yeah, she still had the best birthday.
Yeah. But that convention that means a lot to me because that was the first time I got to go to the mall and got to. I think we drove around that damn mall probably about 50 times, and it was just so surreal. It's like that was my first convention too. So when you're in the room with all these people that you grew up watching on TV or, in the movies, and they're right there, you're just kind of like geeking out and you don't know how to act. You really don't know how to act. You're like, just be yourself. Well, but I don't know, you're just kind of, it's so surreal. And when you're at the mall, it was so surreal because I was telling myself, this is it. I'm actually at the mall that I watched growing up as a kid. And as a kid, every mall that I would go to, I always questioned, is this the mall? Is this the mall? Every single mall I ever went to, I would always do that. And then when I'm at the mall, I'm like, but it definitely, at that time, Penny's was still around before the remodel and all that. So.
Yeah, when I was a kid, the Harrisburg Mall had Penny's in the same location as the Monroeville Mall, but it was recessed a little bit. But they had the same type of plant life all around the mall. So to me, it always felt like the Monroeville Mall. And I always remember it. June 25th, 1999 was the first day I ever went to the Monroeville Mall. So 21 years ago yesterday was my very first trip. And 21 years later, I still walk into that mall and I'm still in awe. Like I soak it in, I park, I look, I'm like, I'm there, I'm playing the movie in my head. And it's still to this day, just as fun going to the mall as it was the first time. And, I walk around the mall and I'm playing the movie in my head and walking around. And, when I'm with the kids, I try to be cool and show, well, this was shot here and this was shot here. And my son's 12 now. He goes, yeah, okay, Dad. Why are we here again? Can I go to the store I want to? But I've been taking him there since he was a kid, and my daughter goes there too. And they go, where are we going? We're going to Pittsburgh. Are we going to the mall again? Yes, we're going to the mall. Shut up. Get in the car.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's fun. I mean, I since Eric and I have been doing, a lot of the tours and stuff, when we're somewhere else in Pittsburgh, I can like, hey, we're only 2 blocks away from another place where George was, or, we actually, we went to George's former house in Pittsburgh last year after my wife ran the half marathon, and they were doing an open house, and we took a tour. of George. Yeah, we took a tour of George's house while it was for sale, and but I no sold that I knew George and that I knew who he was and all that, and the guy was like, yeah, he wrote Night of the Living Dead in here, and I was like, no, he didn't, but I'll let you go with it because I just want to walk around and be where George was. Yeah, but that was a fun time.
Yeah, well, I think somebody actually just bought that place for around $950,000. I guess if I had the money. And you'll be proud of me, Jason and Sarah. Sarah Sanderson Nowak. I just booked 5 days in Sanibel for next month. So how much can I hate Day of the Dead? Okay, how much can I hate it?
Now, what's funny? What's funny is Romero had his house down there in Sanibel, and so I go past it every single time, and I keep looking it up on what's the website where you can rent out people's houses?
Airbnb.
Yeah. I take a look every single time just to see if maybe they might be renting it out. Even though you never see it. but there are houses around that are available for rental purchases. So that's nice.
Yeah.
I
Eric,
think
Eric does the same thing.
Matt is neither Jay or Silent Bob. You're probably what's
Brody.
that guy's?
Brody.
Huh?
I'm Brody.
You're Brody. Yes,
Yeah,
yes, you're Brody.
Yeah, I'm Brody. Yeah, I carry my little cup around and get it filled up with juice and walk around the mall all day.
That's you. Yes.
Hey, speaking of which, Mallrats is getting a very big Blu-ray release from Arrow Video. They just announced today with 3 cuts of the film and a whole shit ton of extras. So if you're a Kevin Smith fan, Arrow
3 cuts. Wow.
There's the theatrical, the extended, and then the TV cut with all the overdubbing. So when you watch it on Comedy Central and you can't get all the good F-bombs. Sorry, I'm a Mallrats fan.
Who's asking about the Creep Show locations? Can you tell?
I cannot. Let me pop over to Facebook here real quick. Creep Show locations. That would be our friend Carl Atticus.
Oh, there he is. Yeah. We're not missing much, are we?
Honestly, I mean, because they're creeping up on you. The Lonesome Tale, Jordy Verrill, and Something to Tide You Over were really filmed on set, and the one location in New Jersey on the beach were really, I mean, everything else was in Pittsburgh. The Creepshow sets were just north of Pittsburgh, or just north of Monroeville, so we're not really missing anything.
We'd kind of like to get into that one house from the wraparound, with Joe King and Atkins.
Yeah, the one in Monroeville.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever looked at the Monkey Shines house?
Yeah, been there.
Have you? Okay.
Yeah, the lady when we went last summer, the whole group of us, she was coming home, and she knew it, and she points out to me, she goes, "Oh yeah, the main actor, he exercised naked in the room right there. There's the window. That's my son's room." And so she was well aware, and she was cool that we were there, and cool. Because she had her kids there, we did not ask to go inside because when you got 12 grown men and you got 2 small kids, we understand how it looks. And,
You know what stinks is I looked that up on Zillow. That thing sold for dirt cheap within the last 10 years. I'm talking like 45 grand or something that thing sold for.
Wow.
Yeah, it's in one of those neighborhoods where the streets, like, you can barely get 2 cars down the road. It's not a very big house. It's a very nice house, but I mean, that neighborhood of Pittsburgh is very nice, but the real estate's like dirt freaking cheap.
It was built in 1900, I want to say, so it's 120 years old.
Yeah, I think we established that the interiors were shot somewhere else because I think from what we looked at online, when they walk in the house, the windows don't line up. So I'd forgotten about that, Matt, but I did the other day. I noticed they did have some pictures. If you go plug in that address on Zillow, there are some interiors, but I haven't compared it to the movie or anything. Yeah, I'll have to go back and do that. Yeah, Monkey Shines is a film that doesn't have a lot of locations, but not a lot of people can remember. Yeah. So it's talk about a lost Romero film. It's like, where was Monkey Shines shot? I have no idea.
Man, that movie always makes me so emotional every damn time, just because I love the monkey so much, and then the ending just absolutely. It's like, I guess it's like people cry to Lassie. I cry to Monkey Shines because it just bothers me. It's not the monkey's fault. Okay. It's not the monkey's fault.
Well, I think Eric and we were talking about like how much we hated the mom.
Yeah,
I think when we were in Pittsburgh, we were just like, God, you couldn't
beat her with a hammer.
Oh my God, she was horrible. And then Christy Romero's like, you killed my bogey. Yeah. Like she just like George's like, just give me everything, and she just lets loose, doesn't fucking hold back.
Yeah. That's such a good movie. Such a good feeling movie. I don't know. I guess because at the end there's he comes out ahead. So
and that's
I think that was a rewrite though, wasn't it? The happy ending rewrite. I think it was supposed to originally have a much darker ending.
Shit, I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah.
Well, with everything Eric and I have been doing, I spent a lot of time watching The Dark Half, which I've grown to really grow appreciation for with that. And then Two Evil Eyes, you know, we were talking in Pittsburgh. It's like, God, when you hook up Argento and Romero and you give them two Poe stories to adapt for the modern times, you're really doing two directors like that a disservice, where you should have just let them do two short films, you know, on their own. And, you know, George adapting, you know, Stephen King's book, you know, when you look at that run of Monkey Shines, Dark Half, and Two Evil Eyes, a lot of polarizing films and a lot of films that a lot of Romero fans kind of forgot that they've seen. You know, but I'm pushing Dark Half up on my ranking of George films, and Monkey Shines has kind of climbed up a little bit. Two Evil Eyes, it's down there. It's down there with, you know, There's Always Vanilla, and, you know, I like Season of the Witch, but it's down there with Season of the Witch and those films. But, you know, I've been pushing the agenda of, you got to watch that little trio of films from, you know, 88 to 91 or 93. Yeah. Especially Dark Half. I've probably watched that more times in the last 6 months than I have in the last 15 years. And I've really, really grown to love the stories behind it. I mean, we had Everett Burrell on, and, you know, talking to all those guys about it. And
I enjoyed that. I like Everett.
Yeah, Everett. No, he was totally awesome. I mean, as soon as we reached out to him, he said, "Hell yeah, I'll do it." I'm like, "Oh shit, we got Everett Burrell," and I think he just posted. I think they just got done with the second season of Umbrella Academy. I think they just wrapped the visual effects part of that up in Toronto. So, yeah, nice to see that the Romero crew from different eras is still getting stuff done and doing stuff that you would never think that they're involved with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's one thing that you could never overrate or enough is the Romero family tree. I mean, good Lord, they've populated practically, you know, 50% of the productions in Hollywood. Like one person I'd like to hear more from, and I'd like to reach out to, is I say it a lot, is Nick Mastandrea. A lot of people don't realize that guy was Wes Craven's DP for a lot of his better films, and is still busy in the industry today. That's probably why we don't hear from him as much, because he's actually working all the damn time. But that guy, you know, we saw it over a couple weekends ago, Matt. That guy was on all the sports documentaries. He was like, you know, I mean, I think he's a little bit of kind of a ringleader of those grips, you know, the grips of the round table or whatever they're known as. But he was kind of the first one there. But he, you know, he's almost kind of seems like a goofy kind of bystander, but he was really, you know, kind of the guy, you know, moving and shaking things on Romero Productions from the early 70s on. You know, I don't know. I don't know where they separated, maybe Day of the Dead, but I'd love to hear more from that guy, Mastandrea.
Yeah, there's a part of me that thinks he's another Tom Dubinsky.
Yeah,
you know, friend of the show, Tom Dubinsky. Always email Tom and tell him, "Hey, we talked about you tonight on the show." I feel that there's just a treasure chest of knowledge that Nick Mastandrea has, and all we got to do is just get him to open up and just let him roll. You know, I guarantee you that'll be the fastest hour and a half conversation we ever have. So, Nick, tell us what it was working like with George, and we could like leave the room. and he would just talk, and I would be very okay with that, because he just seems like one of those, like he seemed like a fly on the wall, and he just he absorbed everything and probably remembers it. Now watch, we talk to him, he's like, "Yeah, I don't remember."
Yeah.
Like, shit. God damn it, Nick, you let me down.
That's like Richard Rubenstein would definitely be the person that I would like to sit and talk to, but I don't think that's ever going to happen in this lifetime.
It's a damn shame, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, it's funny, and again, as Eric and I were talking a couple weeks ago when we were listening to that commentary, it's, you know, he gets a bad rap for how he handles things and how he comes across, and I understand that. It's probably a lot of that is warranted. He did good for George. I know he supported George, and he took care of George years later. But just to sit there and listen to him tell some of these stories about what it was like to make these movies, and really, when you hear Rubenstein, you only hear about what it took to make Dawn. You know, what about Creepshow and Monkey Shines and Martin? Like, those are stories I would love to sit and hear Richard talk about. Just because, I mean, when we talk about George, we think of 77 to 85. Well, guess who was with George? Richard.
Mm-hmm.
And if someone was instrumental in George's success, it was Rubenstein being a right-hand man.
And I think we forget too that this was just a job. You know, we forget that sometimes, because that's like if someone asked me about my work, I'd be like, what the fuck? You know, it's just a job, you know? And so I can kind of feel it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure his reverence for George and the works are obviously very different than how we see it. Like you said, it was like, I was brought in to partner with George Romero to make these movies. These movies made money. I made George successful. I was successful. And then you move on to the next product. And that's one thing I've learned by going to conventions is, you know, a lot of these actors, they make the movie, they go see it at the premiere, and they don't revisit it, and that's okay. You know, and you know, we can't expect, you know, a Danielle Harris to be watching Halloween 4 like we do. She lived it. She doesn't need to watch it. But you know, Richard really only gets talked about by Dawn and maybe Day. But you know, Creepshow and Night Riders, man, I guarantee you, he, you know, especially when you listen to the commentary from Night Riders, and they just talk about the struggles they had in terms of the weather and just the scope of that shoot. You know, I guarantee you, Richard has some great insight as to, you know, how he was able to help pull that off, because, you know, the director's job is to get it on film. The producer's job is really to make the movie, is to make it happen. And, you know, if you don't have a strong producer, you don't have a good movie. And, you know, yeah, it's easy to bust Rubenstein's balls. And like I said, a lot of it's probably well-deserved. And, you know, a lot of the, you know, the shit we say about him, you know, is rooted in truth. Dude did a lot for George. We wouldn't have these classics if it wasn't for Rubenstein.
We're not having this conversation right now without Richard Rubenstein's involvement. We're just not.
Yeah, I mean, he deserves just as much credit. You know, when we talk about, you know, when I was working on the Blair Witch stuff, you know, everyone talks about Ed Sanchez and Dan Myrick. Dude, I love talking to the producers just as much, if not more, because their insight is completely different than what the directors is. And that's where I really started to understand the appreciation that we should be giving Rubenstein. Because
I'm in the minority. I 100% respect Richard Rubenstein. I don't have a beef with him whatsoever. I mean, it would be like, let's say if I owned like the house that I'm currently living in suddenly took on some significance unintended significance, and then all of a sudden all these people were like, well, why don't you just sell it? It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, well, I don't want to. That's why. And that's really where he's at. He can do whatever he wants, and everybody gets all up in arms. Why don't we have a new Blu-ray every 3 months like Halloween films? Well, there's Blu-rays out there. They're out there. Go get one. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I agree with you. I agree. But I think you can't make money by sitting on something and charging $1 million. Let's just use $1 million. You know, he's like, all right,
it's his money to lose, not ours.
Exactly. But it's also, he's leaving money on the table. It's what I say in my world. I said, how much money are you leaving on the table by not doing something? You know, you're not.
He's losing money, but it's his money.
Oh, exactly.
To lose.
But what are we, you know, what is he losing by letting Scream Factory put out a Dawn of the Dead Blu-ray? Nothing. And again, this is, I'll go on record, this is my thoughts. It's control. I think he likes to control it. He controls the narrative of Dawn. He sees it a certain way. It's neither right or wrong. That's his perspective. He owns the rights. He can do with it as he pleases. But let's just say he wants to make $5 million on this 3D print. Well, he's not going to make $3 million by charging $100,000 to do a screening or whatever, because he's not going to make it. So he's okay not making the money because he's not making the money he wants. And yes, we lose out. We as the fans, as the consumers, if he released Dawn of the Dead like Anchor Bay did Army of Darkness back in the 2000s, I would buy every single fucking release. Change one thing on the cover, I will buy it. Add one new extra, I will buy it.
Mhm.
It's Dawn of the Dead. So to me,
Yeah.
he's lost money.
No, he's certainly lost money, but I mean, that's not our concern whether or not he's lost money. We just want new releases to come out because we're geeks like that. We kind of lose sight of. We're like, well, he's losing. I mean, he's the one that's
Well, yeah, it's not
got to pay his bills.
I think we kind of want to see it's like, Richard, you have 50,000. If you put out a 50,000, issue release, whatever, they're going to sell. They're going to be sold out. You're going to make your money back plus some. There's movies that every 5 years Universal dumps a new release on us, and people still buy it because I hear people talking about it. Oh, this is the first day for me. I'm like, really? It's the 25th anniversary of a movie that I didn't even know had a 20th anniversary release.
Well, in that way, he's made his own bed now too, because he's the situation that he's created for Dawn. He's not able to just accept kind of a couple of $1 million payday or whatever it is. He's got to go for the whole gusto now, and he made that bed. And yeah, I agree. I mean, it can be a little frustrating, but it's his bed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I mean, I accept it. I don't have to like it, and I agree with you. I'm with you 100% on that. I just, as a consumer, more consumer as a fan. I love physical media. I love to see my collection sitting on the shelf, and Second Sight. I'm jonesing for that release. Come on October. Like, I don't want the year to go by, but I really want it to be October 26th when I know that shit's being shipped to me from England. I couldn't tell you how many boxes I bought because I pre-ordered it from like 6 different sites just to make sure.
I can tell you, he's shitting a brick too. Now that he's seen who's shipping to the United States, that was not his intention.
Yeah, but and that's the thing. He sees it as it's a control. I didn't want. I only wanted this for England and nothing U.S. Well, guess what? All these U.S. companies put in large orders with Second Sight, and they're going to order. I mean, he can't control that. Second Sight is not shipping to the U.S. That's great, but they're shipping to another distributor or whatever it is. Whatever it is you want to do, and then they're reselling it. So it's one thing I learned about movie making. It's a weird industry. People see things totally different than we do, and I think Pete said, geek love. It is. We want to consume as much Dawn of the Dead as we can, or as much George Romero as we can. And Jason, we were talking before you came here about the announcement about the amusement park. Yellow Veil Films is going to release the amusement park. I'm like excited because it's something new from George that I've never had before. But then my mind's going, okay, give me a commentary, give me interviews, give me this, because I want to consume this information. And I don't get that with Dawn, even though I have 65 copies of it from all over the world throughout all of history. I still want more of it because there's always something there. I think Second Sight might be the last big one that we're going to get. And I think we'll be satisfied with it. Of course, I'm going to go my obligatory. I'm contractually obligated to mention Bruiser every episode. Eric wrote it into my contract. I want Arrow or Shout Factory to get a hold of Bruiser from Lionsgate, who is notorious for not licensing their catalog. But come on, it's the last Romero film that does not have a special U.S. edition release on Blu-ray.
It doesn't have a special edition anywhere.
No, there's no special edition at all. It's the same release with the same commentary and trailers that have been released since 2001 when it first came out in the Netherlands. It's like what... and it's Lionsgate. Lionsgate doesn't license. I know a few people that have tried. So we have Synapse, Scream Factory, and Arrow. I don't think Vestron's going to release it. Vinegar Syndrome probably not. But there's a handful of companies that can get their hands on it, and selfishly me saying, give me what I want. Give me that last hole in my Romero collection of a special edition.
Jason, what's your take on Bruiser?
I like Bruiser. I think as we get older, these movies kind of change with us as we age. Because when I look at some of the other movies, like Romero's movies, when I was younger, I just didn't understand it. I stuck with the trilogy. But as I get older, I'm really enjoying these movies. Actually, I did have Bruiser on just before I was in the green room. So, and by the way, thank you for the alcohol in the green room. That was really nice.
Oh, you're welcome. We take care of our guests here at WGON.
Just let us know what you need. Cheese tray, whatever.
Look, you know how hard it was to get all those orange Reese's Pieces out of the box, to get you 300 of them. It took me all damn day.
I have put that request in before at hotels just to see if I could get that. Lee Carr, Renee, his girlfriend, she's like a manager at a hotel, and that was one of the things when Lee hooked me up the last time I was in Pittsburgh. I was like, "Will you please make sure I only have a certain color M&Ms, like in my bowl in my room."
No, I again, it's the WGN network. It's not the Matt Blasey Loves Bruiser network. But if there's one movie that I think people need to look at and to really understand the later half of George's career, it's Bruiser.
We all changed. Yep.
Yeah, and if I had said this to George, and I said this to Suze, over the years, I said, don't give me any more zombie movies. I'm good with them. Give me more Bruiser stuff.
Right.
Give me more of those non-traditional horror films. And and I know he had a drawer full of scripts that he had written.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, get me one of those. And unfortunately, he got pigeonholed with the zombie stuff. But
right.
When he makes a movie like Bruiser and Night Riders and Creepshow, stuff that's not right in that wheelhouse that we expect, I think that's where George excelled.
Yep. It's nice. It's nice being able to escape and just put something on different, because a lot of directors just stick with the same thing. But being able to see George as an artist that can expand to do different things, that's what's nice, because it just depends on the mood. Like, today you can just put on Bruiser. It doesn't have to be a zombie movie. You can put on Night Riders. It doesn't have to be a zombie movie, and that's the thing, because people credit Romero for just being a zombie guy, but he's so much more than that.
Yeah, and like I said, from 77 to 85, I mean, he gave us a vampire movie,
right?
2 zombie movies, a modern medieval Knights of the Round Table, and he gave us an anthology. So, I mean, he really hit a lot of different areas in the genre and out of the genre that I feel that's, and again, that's why when I look at like Monkey Shines and The Dark Half, I'm like, George always did good when he was out of the zombie wheelhouse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's what brought him to the table. Night brought him to the table, and Dawn really like cemented his seat. And I just wish that more people would give those movies a second look and not try to watch Night Riders or Bruiser with the lens of a zombie film. When I say that, it's like when you're watching, it's like, well, that's not Dawn of the Dead. No shit, it's not Dawn of the Dead. It's not even a zombie film. And pairing him up with Stephen King is always a great thing. If there was one person that George, other than like Argento, should have paired up with more, should have been King. Those guys just there was something about them that meshed.
Wasn't Romero supposed to do Pet Cemetery? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would have been.
He ended up doing Monkey Shines instead.
Yeah. Yeah. So could you imagine what Pet Cemetery would have been with the George influence? Mm-hmm. And it's very hard to tell. It's very hard to do that armchair directing. It's like, well, if George did Pet Cemetery, what would it have been like? I couldn't even begin to tell you what Pet Cemetery directed by George would have been like. It's such.
What's crazy is he was he wrote the original script for what eventually became the Brendan Fraser Mummy film.
Mm-hmm.
Man, what the hell?
Yeah.
Imagine how many rewrites that had to go through to become that.
Yeah. I remember reading that when I got on the internet. And it's like George Romero to do the Mummy, and I was like, shit, yeah, I'll do George Romero does the Mummy. And like even Resident Evil. Just to see what he could have done with these larger properties with his vision. But it just goes to show you, George was more than that. George wasn't a plug and play director. you know, the MCU movies can plug and play any director because it follows a formula. George didn't follow a formula.
There was that one, I think it was the Before I Wake. He was going to do with Sharon Stone or something, and then she pulled out. And that was that like 6-7 years where he just worked for a studio. I think he probably the most profitable period of his career, but he didn't actually create anything.
Yeah, I mean, pay or play, man. They paid him X number of dollars just to write a script and how many rewrites, and he got a check regardless of whether or not his movie got filmed. So it just goes to show you how much money he made by Hollywood pissing money away.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
and props to him for stepping out and said, "Fuck this! I'm going to Canada. I'm making Bruiser. Tired of this shit."
Yeah, I'm glad we got Bruiser and didn't get The Mummy because they both came out in a very close time frame. Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the Mummy movie. You know, I like Mummy Returns more, and they're not bad. You know, but you know, I'll watch Bruiser 10 times before I watch any of the Mummy movies.
I like Brandon Fraser for sure.
Oh yeah, Brandon Fraser in the '90s was fantastic. I was just talking to a friend about it in Encino Man. Encino Man.
That's one of the best movies of all time. Pauly Shore.
Oh my God, yeah! Like a friend of mine just posted that she was showing her daughter Encino Man. I said, "Are you going to take her to the store so she can wheeze the juice?" I was like, "I need pictures of your daughter wheezing the juice at 7-Eleven. Like, let's go." I mean, yeah, to me that's quintessential Brendan Fraser.
God, yeah, love it.
You know,
well, I don't want to derail this because I know we could go on all night, but Jason, we do want to focus on your artwork.
Yeah, so we actually brought you on here to see your artwork, and here we're just waxing like, you know, people aren't fucking watching, and you know, all day they're like, oh yeah, I can't wait to see Jason's artwork. And so before we get there was a question. Tony, good friend Tony from Australia asked Jason, do you have an artwork page on Facebook?
Yes.
No. I used to have one on Instagram just because of the whole rights and everything, because I didn't like with the photo rights with Facebook. So I had it on Instagram, and then after a while I took it off Instagram. So I haven't.
Did you run into any issues?
Do what now?
Did you run into any issues with it, or?
No, I mean, it's just, I guess, the whole sticking it to the man, not liking the fact that, you know, a corporation can have the copyrights of your artwork. And so I just quit on Facebook. I didn't even really attempt on Facebook. And then I had it on Instagram, which if you actually go on Instagram and find me, my username is It's Jason Green. There's some of my artwork on there with also my personal life.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, let's get to some of your work. Do you have some of your work that you could show us? And
let's see.
Do some self-promotion here, because I'm gonna go ahead and pull you up here so we can see. Yeah.
So I emailed some over to Eric of some of the stuff that I did, because a lot of the stuff that I have, I've sewed. So the only little things that I have that are just kind of laying around, this isn't really anything from any movie, but this is just a zombie that I did. This guy's been laying around a little bit. The lighting in here is kind of funky. I look like Casper the Ghost in this damn lighting in here. That's the first guy that's laying there. And then I guess you guys might know who this guy is.
Hey, you guys.
Yeah. And so down here at the bottom at the base, you know, you got the skull.
Oh, look at there.
And then you turn it around and there's the key. So yeah. Matt, I know you like Big Trouble in Little China. So
nice.
Locan's protector.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Now, how many do you typically make of each one? Is it just a one-off?
It depends on how I'm going to be able to mold it, if I can mold it, because a lot of pieces are just one-time pieces, like the airport model. That's all handmade. That's all out of styrofoam, and something like that would be really hard to mold. So that's just a one-time piece, and it's done and over with. So I have to hand make those, and I'm a perfectionist too. And that's my, I guess that's my imperfection, because I take such a long time on detail, because to me, that's what I see with every little thing in my life. It's all about detail. Everything is about detail. So like that, the low pan protector, I could probably make a mold of that and get some runs out of it. But it's going to be really hard because there's a lot of undercuts, you know, with like the little eyes and stuff like that. There's a lot of undercuts. I guess I don't know if you guys are fans of demons, Damani. I am. I love Damani. That's something I did a long time ago that's been kind of just chilling out.
Really cool.
That's one of my, I mean, when you think of 1985, you got obviously Day of the Dead, but not just that. You got Demons, you know, Damani, that came out, and then Return of the Living Dead. So I think Day of the Dead had a lot to go against that year. And then I am a huge Patrick Swayze fan. I love Patrick Swayze.
Who's not?
Point Break is one of my favorite movies. It's funny because movies can influence you. It can inspire you to do things in life that you never thought that you would do. So I picked up surfing and skydiving because of Point Break. And so I did this little Ronald Reagan, if you can see it.
Awesome. You don't get to be president.
So do you point your gun in the air and go, ah? Like
I'm planning my first bank robbery sometime in the couple of months. Let me grab this.
Oh, geez, I know what that is.
Yeah, so you have to forgive me because I was expecting to use my cell phone and not the laptop. So as you can see here, this is the First National Bank from Day of the Dead, and this is all out styrofoam. I hand cut every single piece, every piece.
Jesus.
Even got the little alligator there.
So
in the front, and you got the money and the sand.
Oh my God! Now, did you use real sand from Fort Myers?
I did. No, not from Fort Myers. I bought it from Hobby Lobby at that time. So it came from China.
So what kind of time went into something like that?
And then that on the back with the Day of the Dead logo.
Nice.
Now this is a one-off.
Yep. I could probably.
Is this for sale, Jason?
You know, money always talks, but it's been in my collection for such a long time that I mean, the thing is with me, I'm not someone that's all about money. I think if something makes somebody happy, why not? Because, you know, I have some stuff that just lays around and collects dust. And I think to myself, I know someone out there would be happy to have that. And it's kind of selfish of me to just continue to hold on to it. So I'd love to find the stuff and get home. But yeah, so this is all out of styrofoam. This probably took me at least a couple months to do because of all the little detail and getting inside all these little, you know, all the little detail.
Now, are you self-taught?
No, so I actually went to the Savini program back in 2009 Yeah, so I did a lot of special effects. I used to do makeup, appliances, and all that stuff. Sculpting, face appliances. I did all of that. And I just never really liked working too much on film, I guess because I'm impatient as hell and I hate waiting around. And when you work on film, that's all it is. It's just waiting around. And people don't give the time, or they don't give the respect that it takes for artists. So I preferred more working behind the scenes. And that's why I kind of like doing more stuff like this, because I don't have people on top of me telling me that it needs to be done today, because I'm like, no, you're on my time now.
Mhm.
So why styrofoam?
It's lightweight, and it's just really easy to work with. And you can do almost anything else styrofoam, and people underestimate styrofoam, and you can do so much with it.
Yeah.
This next piece, I'll grab it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, for all the years that I've seen your artwork, I couldn't have told you that was styrofoam, and
No way.
and I mean that. Like, I'm thinking that's a resin or some sort of plaster or vinyl or something. Like, to me, when you picked that up and could have tossed that across the room without a second thought,
Yeah.
styrofoam was the last thing on my mind.
This
Oh,
is
hold on.
yeah. There we go.
That is like you're like.
Yeah.
I can hear Sarah crawling through the computer screen right now, trying to get to you.
Yeah, this one actually, I've only done 3 corrals. This is the very last one that I've done. Everything works on it. Even the door right here goes down,
Jesus.
it opens up, all of that. I mean, I sit there and I pause Day of the Dead, and I frame by frame, and made sure to just do everything exactly. Even the little clipboard, I don't even know if you can probably see it or not with the lighting.
Oh wow!
Right there. Where,
So-
Sarah's like, you're not documenting this,
So do you slam the gate down and just yell, "Run, you fucking lunatics!" and come on, you've played with it. Come on, tell us you have played with it.
I've thought about making action figures about it, but then those would be so separate with the kit. You want to be able to get it with it. There used to be lighting up here at the top. The lights are still there, but I'm stupid and I forgot to take out the batteries. And then you got to worry about the battery acid over the years. So all I really need to do is just, remove that, and I can add a new battery piece, and it'll be fine. But the one thing that means a lot to me about this is because I actually took this to the very last convention that I went to see George, and his mouth just dropped when he saw it. And I made a plaque up here, and he signed it. I don't know if you guys can see it or not.
Oh, nice.
And he signed it for me, and he just couldn't believe it. He was just overwhelmed, I guess, with just all the detail and everything that went into it. Because when I was walking through the convention with it, people were looking at it as if it was the original. And I was waiting for someone to try grabbing it out of my hands and running off with it. But
George is that type of person. Like, one thing I noticed about George is sometimes he just doesn't get how much we love his films. And the reverence that we hold, for what he created. And he just sometimes, he was so humble. He was always floored. Like, my son's middle name is Romero.
Oh, nice.
And I told that to George. He goes, "Why would you do that to the kid?" And I just laughed, and I was like, "Well, I love you, George. What can I say?" And I think there was a question. What's in the case?
Oh, there's a lot of shit. If you like Day of the Dead, there's a lot of Day of the Dead stuff in the case.
All right, Eric, if you need a bathroom break, go ahead. This sounds to be more like Day of the Dead love. I mean,
Do Do you want me to go ahead? Let me see if I can. I'm on my laptop here. I mean, yeah, on my laptop, and I want to see if I can kind of switch this camera view around because that's going to be kind of hard.
Well, I can definitely tell. I see a. So there's some of Jason's professional.
Talk about this one real quick, Jason.
Yeah. So that's the airport. That's all handmade. That was out of styrofoam. All of it except the benches. The benches were made out of like little fossil wood from Hobby Lobby. The shingles up at the top, that's all construction paper. I made strands, and then I would cut the shingles out and then just laid them on top of each other, back and forth, and then painted it. And there's lighting installed in that too. So at night you can have a nice little night light.
And
that's a one-off.
Yeah, that was a one-off. Yep.
Yeah, Hawthorne Village should have gotten a hold of you to do their Dawn of the Dead
no doubt
collection.
Yeah.
So someone's purchased this already?
Yeah. I mean,
anyone we know?
It's just gone. It's funny because the shit that I've made, it makes me feel kind of like it makes as an artist, like, makes you feel weird when someone purchases something of yours and then it's gone. Then it's just gone, and then you don't know, and then you're thinking to yourself, this is just sitting in someone's house and they don't know you, and they can just walk past, you guys can just walk past each other and never know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so it's out there somewhere.
Let's see. Get this.
Yeah. I'm still floored that that's all styrofoam. I would have never thought that there wasn't like some heft to these.
So the corral was all styrofoam except the wood, all that wood hand cut. That itself takes a long time, hand cutting all that wood, but it pays off in the long run. The second one that I did that's the third one. The second one I did was for Lee, because his book influenced me so much. After I read it, I was like, I'm going to build him a fucking corral. And that's what I did. And funny story. So I was supposed to meet Lee. It was on a weekend. It was like a Saturday morning or something like that. And I had just finished it. And I put it in my Jeep. And overnight, all the fumes, were in my Jeep, and I didn't think anything about it. And so I had a 5-hour drive from Kentucky to go meet Lee. And I was so goddamn high that morning driving from all the fumes, from all the spray and the wood stain, that I don't even remember my trip going there at all. It was a fast trip, to be quite honest.
So talk about this bub that we have on screen.
Yeah, so that's the bub. I did that one. Maybe 2009, I think it was. I wanted, we, as an artist, you always try doing something a little bit different, because how many times do you see the same airport zombie? How many times do you see the same stuff over and over? And I wanted to do a bub, but I was like, let me try doing a bub through my point of view. And that's what I came up with. And I came, with that design. I gave him a little bit. I tried giving him a little bit of a different look, but the same look at the same time. So he would still be recognizable, but different. I will tell you this: I will never punch hair ever again. Punching hair is the worst damn thing in the world, because you have to punch every single hair. I mean, it's one after the other, and you have to also make sure to go in the right flow of how hair lays, because if you don't, then the hair will just go different ways, and it just looks like shit.
That's what I've heard that from many behind the scenes documentary about laying hair. And you know what?
It's awful.
If I was a special effects guy and that was my task for the day, I would probably hate life for quite some time.
there's people in Hollywood, and that's all they do at K&B Studios. That's all they do is lay hair all day long, and I would never do that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how prestigious my job at K&B would mean to me if I was hair punch guy.
At least you're working at K&B, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, there's a big trade-off. It's like, oh, you get to work at K&B, great, but you got to punch hair for 2 years. Oh,
yeah.
shit. You know?
I'd rather clean the toilets, you know?
A lot less stress.
So I got another one.
Yeah.
Oh, you got another?
Oh yeah. We got to showcase your work.
Let's see. Give me 1 second.
There you go. Sarah would clean the toilets.
Sarah Novak, friend of the show.
Yep. Good friend. Her and Dan.
Oh, of course. Dr. Tongue.
So Dr. Tongue. Yeah, that guy, I actually still have the mold for that guy. Again, with him, you know, the good thing is you can mess up on his hair and you can't really tell because he's got such fucked up hair anyways. It's so hard to tell, but he's actually one of my favorites because I tried putting in a lot of time on trying to make him look as the real Dr. Tongue, because you get some that just kind of go different ways. And I spent some time on him with the detail, and he turned out to be one of my favorites. And I'm so glad that Sarah actually has a copy of him because he needed to go to a good home. And the other ones, I don't know where they're at. They're somewhere in someone's living room or something, but that's one of my favorites. I like that one a lot.
No, I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, I just like the whole look of it. I like the base of it. I think the proportions are correct.
It's just clean. It's clean.
Yeah, it's not overly dramatic. And I see that a lot with a lot of drawings, you know, where they really exaggerate the tongue and the proportions. But you're right. It captures the essence of you know, the real quote unquote character, you know, that we see for 6 seconds. But you know, I love the hell out of this, man.
Mm-hmm. It's great.
You know,
how many did you make of these? Of Dr. Tongue?
I think I've only made maybe 4 or 5 of them, and I still have the mold. The only issue is with him. It's with the hair. You don't have to punch the hair with that. You have to glue it down. So you have to be really patient. And I'm impatient as hell because you gotta lay the hair, and you gotta glue it and lay the hair, and then you gotta let it dry. Then you gotta glue it, lay the hair, let it dry, and it's just a process. And yeah, and then also too, cutting hair fibers like that suck because they're so tiny, and then before you know, you got all this hair like everywhere, and It sucks, but at the end of the day, as long as the piece comes out right, it looks, you know, as long as it's going to a good home and they're happy about the product, that's all that matters.
You know what? Just make a bunch of molds and send it to people IKEA style, and they can lay their own hair.
I've thought about that.
Your life will be.
I thought about doing that with the corral. Some assembly required, and all the pieces just be in one bag, and you got to assemble the damn corral yourself.
I mean, I understand the frustration. I mean, just put it on the person and say, "Look, here, you put it together." That way, it's your own. You know, I bought one of Greg's airport zombie bust. It was unpainted. I bought it back in 2004. And I brought it home and I painted it myself. And it seriously looks like gray paint with black paint and white paint. But it's not super realistic. But you know what? I love it because I did it myself. And it's a piece of Greg's art. Yeah. And you know what? It works for me. But let's what do you got in the case back there?
So let's see. Now you have to forgive me because I was wanting to use my cell phone with this. We'll kind of start with some of the posters because there's some stuff over here. This is a French poster, very rare.
Wow, I've never
Holy
seen
crap! I've never seen
Yeah.
that before either.
Funny thing is, I went to Hobby Lobby and the Michaels to get it framed because I get all my stuff framed, and they were just like, "That's too long. We'll have to fold it. We don't, because it's 62 inches long, and they can only do 60."
that.
So I was like, "Well, you know what? Screw that. I don't want that I don't want that folded at all. So I am just going to do it myself." And I built my own acrylic case. And so it's off of a freestanding acrylic case.
That is beautiful. Seriously.
Oh, it's a great poster. It's a great poster. It's one of my favorites. You just never see that.
Yeah, seriously.
And then you got Piloto here. This is a cardboard. I'm sorry about the light.
You're fine.
You're good.
That's a cardboard standee from the UK.
Nice.
Yep. And then I got I got that from Greg at my very first convention. And
Yep.
over the years, I've had people to sign that. Up at the top there, I got my original, there we go, newspaper. That's an original. Sorry, the lighting and all that stuff. And then we got a Day of the Dead advertisement. And then you got your UK poster. This is one of those Sunday, Monday at the conventions that you were talking about not too long ago, because that happened to me many years ago. I was debating on that poster the whole entire weekend. And then that Sunday I bought it when I should just bought it Friday night. It turned out great. I love it. There's an Italian. That piece right there is actually made by my wife. That was a gift, one of the very first gifts that she made for me, because the intro Day of the Dead is like my favorite. So it's got the newspaper, the scene from the beginning, and the Edison Theater, and then down there we have the another French poster, and then sorry.
Germans love David Hasselhoff, and the French love Day of the Dead.
Well, the one thing I don't have is the German Day of the Dead poster, because it doesn't make sense to me, because the zombie on it is it just doesn't look like it looks like Big Daddy from from Land of the Dead, and I'm just not a fan of that. So let's see. So this is my case. I've been collecting Day of the Dead now for 12 years. I only collect Day of the Dead. I don't collect anything else. So it's kind of nice because it allows me to save money to continue to buy more Day of the Dead, because if I was buying more than just Day of the Dead, I would be screwed. And yeah. So anyways, so right here is a Bub sticker. Sorry for the lighting. We have a lunchbox from '97. We got a Japanese movie ticket.
I'll tell you what, the Japanese movie tickets are some of the coolest collectibles out there.
Yeah. Well, you'll love this one. Back behind that, I don't know how well you can see that right there. Those are stickers. Those are Day of the Dead Japanese stickers.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Right over here, this guy right here, that's a background zombie mask.
Fantastic.
That's number 84. It's actually marked on the inside, number 84. And what I love about this is it's actually got the newspapers from that time on the inside.
Oh, wow.
So you can't see it because I took all of that out, and then I put in some white acid-free paper on the inside, and then I restuffed it back with the old newspaper. But that's number 84. And then right here is
you know what? I recognize that mask. I think Jim O'Rear wore that mask
during his stunts.
Sorry, long-term inside joke.
I don't get it, but it's fine.
I will explain it off the air.
So right here, this is the original script for Day of the Dead. I took that to Romero the same time that I took the Corral. He signed it. He was just, when he saw this, he was just flipping through the pages. As you can kind of tell, he was just, I don't know. He was just kind of like, it's so hard to say because he was just going through it and he was just like, all of it was just coming to him.
Yeah.
But he signed it for me. And that, that's an original casting script right there. This is probably one of my favorite shirts. This is a Day of the Dead out of a Fangoria magazine shirt. It's rubber.
Oh, nice.
Right. Yeah, it's all rubber right there. Day of the Dead logo. It's I think it's beautiful. Some people will think I'm nuts. And then you got a Day of the Dead bat hat, which is given to only the crew. Right there. So I'm guessing you're familiar with Sarah's dream at the very beginning of Day of the Dead when the arms come out of the wall. I got some of the appliances. These are the actual appliances from some of the hands. I'm sorry, the lighting's awful.
Stop apologizing for the light. We're loving it.
So these are some of the appliances of the hands that come through the wall at the very beginning. I have a left and a right hand.
Nice.
And what's even better is there's a picture of Tom Savini when he is in his house, or he's outside of his house and he's with the crew, and him and the effects guys are outside sculpting. There is a picture of him sculpting a hand. And when you take that image and place it with that, it's exactly the exact same as they were prepping for Day of the Dead. So down here, I love these t-shirts. These are all original. You have, this one was owned by Mike Trisick. It's a long sleeve gray Day of the Dead sweater. This one right here is for only the effects guys. This one, the black one right here. It's got the cross. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then you got a red Day of the Dead. This is for production. My wife actually got that for me for my birthday. She reached out to one of my connections, I guess you would say, and I wasn't expecting that at all. So that was a really, really nice gift from her. And I'll come over here on this other side, try and make it a little easy. Running out of breath. Talking too fast. Jesus. All right. So this right here, this is a radio advertisement. Inside of it is, the ad for Day of the Dead. And the funny thing is, it says, please return to Donald. And I guess Donald never got it, but that is a radio ad. Inside of it's the actual tape, or not a tape, but it's the film with all the reels on it.
Yeah.
Right. Right here, I love Polaroids. I collect as much Polaroids as I can. Can you guys even see that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me see if I can say.
There you go. Right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go. There you go.
So I love Polaroids, and this is John Volch as one of the zombies.
Nice.
Yeah. I love Polaroids. That's a Day of the Dead media postcard to give everyone a heads up about Day of the Dead coming out on the back. Retail value for $79.
Is that it?
That was a steal for VHS back in the day.
Yeah. And then I have a trailer, 35 millimeter trailer for
Oh,
Day.
very nice.
Yep. Still trying to find a case for it just because it's an awkward size. I don't want to get anything too big where it's just flopping around on the inside. So right here, we'll go to this album. It's not just a regular album. I know you guys probably can't see it. I apologize. What makes this album so special is not because it's signed by Tom Savini, but because it's signed by Mr. Richard Liberty.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, right there.
Oh.
That means that's probably one of my favorites because, you know, with Richard and everything like that, and he made the movie so much.
Mm-hmm.
So I have here zombie teeth from the movie. This is what the cast would have worn, or the zombies would have worn. This is the bottom, and
Nice.
this is the top. And when you watch the movie, and Rickles is getting his fingers bit off, this one matches up perfectly to the set that is ripping off his fingers. And I don't know if you guys know who that guy is, but the zombie who plays the character, or the guy that's playing the zombie that rips off the fingers, that's Joe Ablin. He's from Dawn of the Dead. He's one of the hunters on the hillside that's shooting the gun. He's like, oh, miss.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. So that's the same guy that bites off Rickles' fingers in Day of the Dead.
Damn.
That is Bub's face appliance right there. That's out of the original mold. That's a slip latex copy. And I got Bub's picture right there, right beside of it, because we have people that come over and they'll look in this case and they don't understand one fucking thing in it. And I'm like, well, that right there is what that looks like when it's on someone's face. Those assholes. So right here, we have Tim DeLeo. Like what I said, I love Polaroids. Tim DeLeo. That's his Polaroid, where he's getting made up for the neck appliance for the very end of the movie where he gets his throat ripped out.
Mm-hmm.
So you have I Was a Zombie on Day of the Dead hat. This jacket and this ticket do not go together because this ticket is from Boston. And what it is was this is your ticket to the admission for the world premiere of Day of the Dead. And if you won the contest, you got this jacket, and it was I Was a Zombie at the screening of Day of the Dead, and it's been signed by everyone.
Nice. I have one of those tickets. And mine's signed. It's signed by Joe Pilato, and I think it's signed to Karen. I have to go dig it out and look, but it's I've had one of those for years, and I randomly got it. I couldn't tell you where it was, but it just kind of showed up one day. But
this one says it says Sonny and Guess. So that's from a radio contest in Boston. So whoever won it was Sonny, and they got to take a guess with them.
Nice.
And then I just got, your regular promotional, and then got your little Bub pin right there.
Yep.
I got
What's
more
in the case?
got more appliances.
Nice.
Yeah. And another appliance. Then I got the Bub t-shirt at the bottom. And then I got another promotional t-shirt down here. And this one's probably, you were asking what's in the case, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what this is?
No.
No? So in 85, can you see it pretty good?
Yeah.
So in 85, there were 2 awards that were given out. There was not Sarah, but Lori's and Tom Savini's awards that were given out. Tom won the Saturn Award for his special makeup effects, and Lori won Best Actress for the Spanish, and this is her award.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. So that's the award that Lori won for Best Actress in 1985.
Wow, that's nice.
Jeez. Unreal, man.
And
So that's pretty much everything that's in the case. I need a second case, but to be quite honest, I hate fucking cleaning glass. I don't want a second case.
Yeah, I ended up, there was a salon that was going out of business right around my house, and my wife's like, hey, look, they have these cases where they would put their products on, and she's like, oh, they're like super cheap. So I got 3 of them, and they're all like 12 by 12 panes of glass that are put together with these like floating brackets. They are such a pain in the ass to put together and then clean. Like I'm going to hate the day when I move and I have to take these apart.
Yeah. That's what happened. Yeah.
Oh my God. I hate it. But yeah, I mean, dude, that is a fantastic spread. Like that.
Jason, DM me your address. I've got something that I've got to send you. It's on my wall right now, but it belongs in your collection, and I didn't see one in yours.
Okay.
So just DM me your address. I got something for you, brother.
Will do. Thank you. But yeah, that's like 12 years. And a lot of times, I share pieces here and there, and people will ask me, well, and it just takes time. And that's part of it is the hunt. It's waiting. It's being on eBay fucking first thing in the morning, being on eBay right before you go to sleep. I hear it from my wife all the time. She's like, you're on eBay. And you just can't help it. And then something comes in the mail, and then she's like, you got something. What did you get? How much money did you spend? But you know what? I'm not dissing my wife. She's so supportive because she knows how much money. I mean, she knows how much this movie means to me. And for me to have my own room to have my own stuff in, I mean, there's guys that tell me, they're just like, dude, you're so lucky because my wife won't even let me have a corner. So, I applaud my wife because not many spouses will allow us to live like this.
Yeah. I mean, you're putting over your wife like I put over mine. I mean, Jesus, I same way. I'm scouring eBay multiple times a day, and I'm like, oh shit. Oh my God, I'm going to buy this. And my wife will text me while I'm at work because she's always home before me. She's like, you got another package. Yeah. She's like, what is it? I'm like, don't worry about it. I'll show you when I get home. And, I show her, I'm like, look, I got this. And she's like, okay, that's great. And then she's like, wait, don't you already have that? And I said, yeah, but this one's different. And you justify the purchase in front of your spouse who's like, they don't care. So it's like, shit, I owe you dinner somewhere nice, this week because I bought, a brand new poster or insert for something, something that's so, to them insignificant. And thank God we have understanding spouses.
I had to build my own real estate to have a room to put my shit in. I mean, I literally had to construct the damn room. You come into our regular house, you would never know, but you enter the theater room and it's on.
Yeah, people walk down, they're like, oh, show me your house. And my wife like warns them. She's like, when you go into the basement, don't be afraid. Like she makes it seem like there's like a torture room in here. And people will walk in here because I have every square inch of this basement in my house is covered in posters or something. And people walk in and be like, I'm scared to be here.
Right.
And I'm like, why? This is artwork. And it's, I have so much stuff covering everywhere that I can't even see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you get to that point where you're like, okay, I don't need this poster because I don't have room for the ones that I already have, but you sometimes get it anyway. And there's always those random pieces that you're always on the hunt for.
Oh, yeah.
So what is your Day of the Dead holy grail that you don't have?
Like I love documents. I love documents. My closet over there. That's the reason why I'm going to have to probably definitely need to get a second displays to kind of spread some of them out. I just love documents. Definitely a zombie leash, a collar.
Nice.
That I've been in contact with some of the people that have been in the movie. I saw one that just went up on the prop store a couple years ago, maybe 3 years ago, and I was about ready to bid on it, and then I started looking at the fine writing on the bid fees, and it was so ridiculous that I would have spent maybe, I don't want to say it because my wife is watching. I would have spent some money on it. And then on top of that would have been the fees. And it just wasn't worth it. But now I kick myself in the ass where I'm like, man, you could have given up that extra money for that. But
what was it?
I mean, that's a zombie collar. That's one of the things that I'm searching for.
Hey, Jason, do you have one of these? It's a uncirculated, unfolded. It's coming to you, brother. It's on my wall. It don't belong on my wall. It belongs on yours.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that at all.
It needs to get out of my sight.
I'm trying to let Day of the Dead grow on you, because one day you're going to wish that you kept that.
Well, he knows where it is.
From Michael Felcher. He used to work at Video
Anchor
Treasures. Somehow he ended up with an unfolded, uncirculated VHS cover. I got it for like $10, dude. It's yours.
Oh, I appreciate that. That
belongs with you.
Yeah.
My brother for Christmas one year. My brother, he doesn't get this shit at all, and I totally understand. And he got me a Day of the Dead VHS in the plastic. And, I was super excited about it because it was in the plastic. And he was like, yeah, I got it online, and it had all this writing and stuff all on it. And I scrubbed all of it off. And I'm like, who knows what that could have been that was like written on there? It could have been some signatures. That could have just been a little bit of history, because I love that shit. Like I love the past. I love documentation. I love all of that, because without that, these things weren't possible.
Yeah. Yeah, when I went to Toronto and I got George's director's chair from Bruiser, and I picked it up from the gentleman that was sending it to me, he goes, well, I also have these documents. Like, they gave him like call sheets and instructions, and I was like, oh my God, can I copy them? And he goes, no, you can have them. And I'm the same way.
Wow.
Like, I love stuff like that, because that's where you find a lot of information that people forget that they ever knew. And when I was working on my Blair Witch book, I got literally like a stack of documents from them, and it was just emails, and they kept the amount of shit that people kept that they didn't even think about keeping. Right, turns into a treasure trove for someone like us.
Right, and that's why I love that.
And when you go back and you read it, and you were like, you get an insight into the production or that person on that day.
Yeah.
And you're right. I think documents are some of the absolute best treasures that we can find, because they're so different, and they tell such a different story than a poster ever will.
Let me grab something really fast. If I can, if I can find it in this closet.
Yeah, that was that.
I'm not going to lie. I do have this guy right here. If you can see with the lighting.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, that's a face appliance for 1990 Night of the Living Dead.
Nice.
Yeah, and that's a great movie too. That movie doesn't get the credit that it should.
Yeah, I have a face appliance from Boyd Banks, who played the Butcher Zombie in Land of the Dead. I have that on a frame in my wall. I actually had him sign it. I said, I don't care, just sign it. It's staying in my collection. People aren't going to be clamoring for a Land of the Dead appliance, so I had him sign it, and it just sits there in a nice frame.
Well, I was looking for what I was looking for, and I can't find it. Anyways, back to about documentation. Anyways, like I have a newspaper from when Romero was filming Day of the Dead at the Wampum Mine. And on the cover, it's the original newspaper from Beaver. And it's got the zombies and everything. And it's somewhere in that goddamn closet. I should have had it ready. But I just didn't think about, talking about it. But I love that shit. I love all that. I'm always searching on eBay, trying to find like Fort Myers stuff. Just whatever I can find, because I think that's where people concentrate on some of the bigger stuff and not the little things. And I love the little things.
Yeah, I got a text from one of the guys that was working on the Blair Witch Project, very close friends, and his dad's car was the car they were driving in the movie, and he said, "Hey, I came across a couple of Blair Witch things. Do you want it?" And I said, "Of course." So he sends it to me, and I swear to God, it was a 24 by 24 box. And inside were like all of these newspapers.
Wow.
And he's like, "Here, I just found all this." And, a lot of newspapers from Maryland around that time. And then tucked inside was like a 12 photos from the house from the end of the film that were taken in daylight when they were doing production. And that ending of the film, the house, is my favorite part of the film. So seeing the house at certain angles was like a gold mine to me. I texted them to a friend of mine because he and I are going to do the same thing you did. We're going to build scale models of the house, not out of styrofoam, but he does special effects stuff.
Right.
And my wife has promised me, if we ever build a house, we're going to build the replica of the Blair Witch house because I have the blueprints. And it's like, you're right. I'd rather have all the documents than any other posters and memorabilia, because the documents are the absolute heart of the production.
That's the magic. Like I got stuff in there where I got people's social security numbers and stuff, and I'm like,
Me too,
and I'm not someone that's going to, I don't share that shit online. Like, oh, look what I just got, because that to me, that's too personal. There's stuff that as a collector that you cherish, and that should only be for your eyes and for, your friends, and not for the world. But
the world inside your eyes.
Best song ever.
Yeah. No, and I mean and that's what I love. Like stuff like this is, if we would, social media or anything would have been around 20 years ago, think about how many documents went by the wayside before we got a chance to get our hands on them and to keep them and keep them safe.
And that's what scares me. Dude, that scared me thinking about when someone passes that was on a movie that has stuff just laying around, and the family goes through the house and they're cleaning out the house and they're just like, what the fuck is this? A leather leash? What were they into? And they just throw it away and not know that could have been a prop used for like Day of the Dead or just anything in general. Yeah. And that's the stuff. That's the reason why I lose sleep at night, because I think of that shit.
Yeah. I remember when I was first starting on my Blair Witch book, I got a text from Ed Sanchez. He goes, "Dude, I wish we wouldn't have cleared out our locker in Hollywood 10 years ago." He's like, you would have loved it. And I'm thinking, what the hell was in there?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like original tapes, GPS coordinates, shit like that. And I'm like, oh, we're 10 years too late on this shit. So I think that's why there's always a big push for us to kind of preserve and archive all of this stuff, because someone thought enough to keep it,
right? But
someone didn't think far enough ahead to keep it for longer than what they did.
Right.
We're 10 or 15 years too late for some of this stuff. And I don't like to think about what is missing, because it will keep me up at night and it will upset me to think, God, what has been thrown away?
Right.
Well, speaking of what's missing, I mean, that's precisely why, I didn't see one of those, VHS on your covers on your wall. So I'm like, well, it needs to be on your wall. Well, if you're able to discuss without, tipping somebody off, what's left? What are you after these days?
Definitely like the zombie collar because when you watch the movie, there's multiple out there.
Mm-hmm.
There was one that just went on the prop store not too long ago, a couple of years ago, that sold. I didn't bid on it because of the auction fees were just ridiculous, or I would have purchased it. Probably would have more. I probably would have put my, well, no, I can't say that with my wife still watching 10, 20 a night. She's probably already asleep, but still. With the zombie collar, though, that's one thing. Just anything.
What was that going for?
It only went for maybe $1,200. It didn't go for much. So,
wow.
Yeah. So that kind of sucked. But the thing is, it just wasn't my time. That's the way I look at it. Like, things are going to come and go. And at that time, I could have done it. I was second guessing. If it came up now, hell yeah, I would do it. But, it just depends on where you're at in life. I'm trying to think. Definitely the collar, any type of wardrobe, just, really, really anything. I mean, I am so grateful for what I have. I really am. I mean, I cherish everything. And the stuff that I've gotten has been from cast members, and I'm lucky because I tell them, like, hey, I don't plan on just buying this from you and then flipping it like that. That's not my goal. Like, I am a 100% fan. Like, what I have is going to stay with me until I die, and I know my wife is not looking forward to me dying, but looking forward to having it when I'm gone, because maybe by that day it'll be a little bit more money to help out with finances. But I don't know. I mean,
yeah, your wife sounds very much like mine. She's dreading the day I die for many reasons. First, I hope the loss of me. Secondly, the day she has to walk into my room and go, Jesus Christ, what am I going to do with this shit? And I've put some plans in place to have people to help her out. But, when she looks at a piece of paper and she's going to be like, well, what the hell is this email? Why does he have it? And, she's never going to understand what some of this stuff is.
Well,
and
I'm sure both of you are familiar with Heritage Auctions, right? Heritage Auctions.
No, not really.
Well, it's mostly, I think every Sunday they do posters. It's a pretty legitimate collectible auction website. Check it out. I mean, I've got a ton of shit off there in the past. But I think the first purchase I ever made there, they gave me a book to kind of like a guide to collecting. It's like a 1/2-inch thick book where page 1 is what to do when you die. You know what I mean? Like how to prepare your loved ones for when you die. And it's basically, it's all about categorize that stuff, talk about condition, add notes to, where you purchased it, put everything you can in there so that your loved ones know what the hell it is they're looking at when you die. And
God, if I start that document now, I'm going to be working on it till the day I die, because I'm constantly going to be discovering shit I forgot I had. And, not to sound like a callous, collector, but it's like, we get shit, we put it away and we're like, oh, we got to display it. And you start accumulating more and you're like, oh my God. And then you come back and you're like, holy shit, I forgot I had that. And you're right.
I think that's the reason why I like having the one big case right now, is because I have my inventory in control. Because then when I start adding more, then I'm going to be having to transfer. And plus that means more open space for more shit. And it's just, going to fill up. And
you get to that point where you start being more selective with what you buy. And you start understanding the value of, and Eric and I were talking about this, when they were talking about those newer Dawn figures with the airport zombie and Flyboy with the cloth, clothing and stuff. I said, I love it, but I don't need it. It's not something I feel like I need to have, because I'd rather spend that $100 or $120 on something that's more original and something that's more niche to me,
Mhm.
that my wife could understand that, hey, I understand why you spent the money on this. It's not just something new. It's something that has a little bit more value to me intrinsically than just having another check mark on a list that this is another Dawn collectible.
Right.
You know,
And and as an artist, I'm always trying to think outside of the box of what is it that people want that isn't there that people see all the time. Because how many times do we see the airport zombie? How many times do we see a flyboy? We see it all the time. And that's why I'm thinking like, okay, First National Bank. How many times do you ever see that? Never. How many times do you see the corral? The original corral got, I don't even know. I've heard stories about the original corral, what happened to that, who really even knows. But, I'm trying to think of things different. And I think of if I was buying something, what would I want? Would I want something that sits on a table, or would I want something that sits on a wall? Because everyone is tied on space. Somehow you're tied on space. And for the longest time, I was thinking about doing a miniature model of the Monroeville Mall. And I have an eye for detail, and that is going to be the problem, is because there's so much little detail, because I would have to go and do like every little not air vent, but AC unit on top of the building, like all of that would have to be perfect. And then it's painting. Okay, so if I paint it, do I paint it like what it looked like in the movie, or do I do maybe like a bronze? How big should it be? Should I add the parking lot? I mean, there's so many different things, but you're just trying to ask yourself, what is it that the fan wants? What is it, something that someone is willing to invest in?
Well, you bring up an interesting point. We talked briefly before the show, Jason. Why don't you talk about some things that you are considering for the future? I know the mall was one of the things you had mentioned.
Yeah. So the mall, definitely, that's something that I've thought about doing, and I want to do it. Unfortunately, with COVID, everything that's going on right now, my studio is also my wife's office. So both of us working in the same environment would not be healthy at all. So hopefully once we kind of get everything situated, I can start on that. It really depends on the size. It depends on how big I want to make it. Like what I said, everyone fights over space. Do I want it where, it's a good size, where it's maybe a foot by, 1 foot by 1 foot, and that's just the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got the mall inside of it. Or do I need to go maybe bigger so that the mall is actually 1 foot? I mean, it just depends. And then the painting, and then all the little detail, all the signs. You got to do the JC Penney's. You got to do all of that.
The Equibank.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
And that's the thing too, because being a perfectionist, I got to try finding all the photos that I can find of what the mall looked like outside of that time, to make sure that it's legit, because I can get on Google Map, or not Maps, but Earth or whatever, and take a look and see what it looks like today. But we all know that there's been a lot of changes, but that's not what I want. I want it to be accurate to what it was at the filming.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Well, if you ever need photos, you let me know, and then I can buy something you make, and I can tell my wife that it's going in the living room, because it's after almost 21 years, I've worn her down to allowing me to start kind of encroaching onto the living room and putting stuff in there.
Someone suggested making the Edison Theater.
Yep.
Is that anything you've
Yep.
ever thought about?
Yep. I've thought about that, but it just depends on size. Because I've thought about doing little miniature models of everything. I thought that'd be kind of cool, a little plaque with just the little models, because it doesn't take much space. You can put it on a bookshelf, you can put it on your desk, instead of having to make something that takes too much space, because that corral up there, the reason that a lot of people aren't interested in it, it's because that thing right there would take probably about $100 to just ship. And people don't want to spend that.
Yeah.
So if you can try condensing it, it's all about the sizing and make it small, then it works.
And it just goes into more work to make it that much smaller.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people
Right,
don't think
exactly, because it's all that little detail, and that's where I have an eye at. My wife, she jumps all over me because she'll come into a room, and I'll be working on the same spot for like an hour, and she'll be like, "What have you done?" I'm like, "Are you serious? Have you not seen what I just did?" And you know, it's all about the detail, and that's where I have an eye at, and that's my not sin, but my what is it? My fault, I guess, because that's what I look at. Everything. It's detail, small little details.
Yeah.
So you have anything else that you had in mind other than the mall?
Well, so the funny thing is when I do a project, I like to go back and forth. So I'll do something that's not Romero related, and then I'll do Romero related because I love Romero's stuff so much that I have to do it. So I thought maybe about trying to do some of the stuff from the Creep Show because I've seen the crates and stuff, but I really thought about something with Stephen King, the scene where he's in the kitchen with the grass and everything like that. That's over top of him with the shotgun, something like that. I've seen the crate with Fluffy before. Just trying to think. I mean, that's why I want to hear from other people on their.
Did you see our friend when Daniel Larry came on? He had kind of somebody had done one of those with do you remember that, Matt, with Stephen King and the shotgun and all that? It was kind of a whole scene, cabin. And then
no, I want the scene where he goes, "No, not there." Underrated scene, needs more focus.
and I did the I love Return of the Living Dead. I did the You Need a Medical Supply Warehouse. I did that. That's somewhere. I don't even know where the hell that is. Someone
sold that already.
Someone sold that. Yeah, someone bought that. And that's somewhere. And the guy, the person that bought it wrote me and was like, "Dude, do you have any more of these?" I guess because that's the thing. When you don't see it in person, it's a lot different from online. And a lot of people don't see the time and the detail that goes into it until you actually get it in front of you. So I did that.
Do you mind sharing? I mean, just for reference, what was the neighborhood of the price tag on the Unita warehouse?
I think it only went for maybe $50.
Shut your mouth.
No, and that took me over a month. That was all hand built. Everything. Because the way I see it is like I love these movies and I want to give instead of like hold on to. And that I was like, you know what, if that's all I can get. And that's the reason why I felt like that they were maybe asking like, "Hey, do you have any more of these?" Because once they actually got it, they're like, "Wow, this is really nice." There's a lot of time and detail because I even installed lights into that would make it glow up at night.
I'm trying to I'll pull up that image in just a second, but that was an amazing piece of work. And if you that was a good one. I love that piece. Do you don't have a mold for that, do you?
No, you can't. No, something like that, you can't mold it. You could probably try doing silicone, but it's just so large. There's just really no way. And like what I said, I installed lighting in it too, so it glue at night.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Here it comes. Let's see. Can you see that, Matt?
Yep.
All right, it's not as big as the other pictures, but how big of a piece is that?
That was probably about 2.5 long.
Jesus.
I mean, the top, because I mean, I went in when I watched the movie and I tried making it as accurate as possible. And there was a lot that went into that. There was a lot of detail. The lights up at the top, that's watching the movie back and forth, trying to figure out like the lighting, all the little detail above the windows, inside the windows, around the window frames, the little pallets that are in the front. Those were all hand cut pieces of wood. You got the windows, the 1, 2, 3, the 3 windows. That took a while because I couldn't figure out exactly what that was, because in every scene it looked different. And at the very end, I found out that was that those like windows were actually not cinder blocks, but bricks.
Mm-hmm.
Those were all bricks. So then I had to put all those little bricks and everything in there, and then got the little door over to the side with the barrel. There was a little sign that says office right there. I had a light. As you can see, there's the door for the office, and there's a little light above the office door, and that was an actual light itself. So on the outside, you had 1, 2, 3 lights, and then on the inside, you had all the lighting to light it up. So, yeah, like $50, I think it went for. Yeah, that sucked, but you know what? Someone's happy with it. That's all that matters.
Well, I mean, we'll talk. We'll talk after this, and maybe I'll drive down.
Yeah.
If you're game for another, that thing is incredible.
Hey, Dad,
Yeah,
I'm coming
that's
down.
nice.
Oh, I'm going to stop at a friend's house first, but I'll be down afterwards. You know. No, I mean, seriously, man. That work, the work is second to none, man. I mean, even just for not selling it. I mean, just doing it because you love it. It shows in the artwork. I mean, again, I've always loved your stuff. You know, for years. Blown away that it's freaking styrofoam. I mean, I'm sitting there thinking, like, that thing's got to weigh like a good, you know, you're walking through a convention, like, I got to go get this sign. And, you know, you plop it down and the fucking table starts to rattle and shit. And you're like, here, it's fucking styrofoam. I'm like, you know, holding it up with one hand.
You would be surprised because styrofoam is used a lot on exterior buildings for shapes and, you know, like it's just crazy the stuff that you can use, because all you need to do is just shape it to your size and then coat it with a hard coating that makes it hard, and then paint it. You don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of friends that do stuff like this, and I always give mad props for your talent, your time, your dedication, and your eye to detail. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that comes out in terms of mass produced that I wished it looked like the shit like people like you would do.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand why they don't do it, which is why I'd rather pay more for a one-off piece than get 5 mass-produced pieces. You know, I think a corral piece would look fantastic on anyone's shelf.
I would love to do a corral piece out of toothpicks. I swear I would, but I got to get a tweezer tweezers, and I got to like sit there and glue every little piece together. But you know what? Like, I would think that would be badass to even where you can hang it off of a fucking Christmas tree. That to me would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, shit like, I mean, could you imagine, you know, a Christmas tree of nothing but George Romero location models and ornaments?
Oh,
I mean, shit like that would just, I've thought about it for the Blair Witch stuff too. So I mean, it's you see where our minds are wired.
Yeah, even little Knight Rider mask from the motorcycle, you know, like hanging on the Christmas tree, you know, like that. You know, that's why I love this.
What goes on the top of the tree, Jason?
It would have to be something Day of the Dead.
Ed and his throne, maybe King Billy.
Hopefully not naked King Billy. Like let's
hopefully
cut it off. Yeah.
But you know, that's the thing that I love about listening to this podcast is just listening to fans, because I'm a fan and getting to hear what people want, and that, you know, that's what I enjoy, just hearing what people want, because I can think of all these things that I want, but what about other people?
No, what you want is what we want, brother.
Yeah,
we trust you.
And you're in a great position because you can give yourself and you can give others what they want. I mean, you've got the talent and you got the right personality and disposition that, if someone comes to you and says, Jason, I want a corral, they're going to get quality. They're going to want it because they know it's you.
Right.
And it's not just, we're going to crank it out as quick as we can.
Right.
They know your detail. They know the love that you have for Day, it's going to translate into your work.
Right.
And
Right.
there's not enough of that out there.
Sarah's like me, Jason. She's dying inside over that price tag on Unita.
Yeah. Sarah,
I
can hear Sarah from Buffalo down here, and I'm like, she's just beside herself.
That was when I read Lee's book, and I told him, I was like, dude, I'm going to make you a fucking corral. And I drove it to him, and we met up at the Monroeville Mall, and I presented it to him. I opened up my hatch, and his mouth just dropped, and he just looked at it. He was just looking at it. He's like you could just tell he wasn't expecting that. And, I mean, that corral, that's the third corral. His corral was the second one that I ever did. And it was maybe an inch taller on both, on the top and the bottom. So just imagine a corral, an inch bigger on both sides and wider. And I went all out. I did all kinds of stuff to that corral. And he just, he didn't expect that. And I just told him, I was like, dude, your book influenced me. And that's the thing, because we need that inspiration. Like, Matt, you wrote that book. What inspired you to do that? Something had to click in your head where it's just like, and you did it. What was it?
It was just the fact that I grew up a George Romero fan, and the Blair Witch Project just came out of nowhere and really made me look at movies differently. And it caught me at the right time in my life. And I could see what was happening around me during that. And I was like, it just stuck with me. And when I learned that it was truly independent, like these guys maxed out their credit cards and called in favors and had friends work on it. And they never set out to say, look, I'm going to make $100 million movie. They just wanted to make a movie, and they wanted to make something different. And it just hit me at the right time, at the right place. And just getting to know them years later, I never set out until I just opened my big ass mouth and said, what are you guys doing for an anniversary edition? And they're like, nothing. And I said, well, what if I did something? And I credit Lee's book. And I was like, look, if Lee can do it, I can do this for Blair.
Right.
I can set out. I know these guys. I know they can, if they see who I am and my love of it, and not that I'm just trying to capitalize on it, maybe I can give back. And I always said, and I've said this to Eric and many people, I said, you can't go on the internet without tripping over 100 articles about George. I would have loved to have done something for George. My next love is Blair. I was like, I've done stuff with George. Everyone else is clamoring for George. I said, everyone's leaving Blair Witch alone, and there's a whole other influence over there. Let's get a voice on this. Let's get some influence. Let's get a spotlight back on this film that everyone has seen and we're talking about, but are we really paying attention to what it did? And George did the same thing with zombies. I mean, Walking Dead, Z Nation, all this shit trails back to George. So I wanted to do that with Blair, and I said, look, this is my contribution. And you've got yours with the artwork and and keeping Day as, like you're kind of a cornerstone with Day. I don't know too many other people that are as huge Day of the Dead fans as you that have done what you've done. And you love it. It hits you at the right time. And you're like, look, I want to show my love through my art. And you're doing something productive. You're doing something that shows that it means something to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's sometimes hard for me to say, like, I don't like talking about myself. And it's like, why'd you write a book? It's like, well, because I love the movie and I want to write about it, and here, go read what my thoughts are. And, I did it in hopes of someone would read it and see what these guys did, and they go make the next one. Someone reads it and it's like, wow, these guys can do this on less than a shoestring budget. Let me go make my own movie. And it comes across and it's like, inspired by the Blair Witch, like, yeah, give me something good. It's just kind of like me hoping to pass it forward. And, I hope people are out there looking at that corral in the background and be like, shit, I want to try it. And they go and they do their own thing, and it, inspires them to get better at their own craft.
Right.
Yep. I love doing what I do, stuff like this, like the podcast and stuff. It's just getting people to appreciate what they love even more, and to really have them, we all love what we love, but I think sometimes we forget why we love it, and in hopes of trying to round us back. And it's like, what brought us here to the first place? What brought us here in the first place? Yep. Watching that movie for the first time, we get so jaded. We get so used to watching the same movie and over. It's like I said, when I watched Land of the Dead the other night, I watched it with a different perspective, and it's like, okay, it's been 15 years. Does this hold up? Yeah, this is great. This isn't so great, but I still love it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, I'm going to keep loving it. I'm not going to beat myself up because it's not what I expected or what I wanted, but it's sometimes hard for me to put into words.
I totally understand, for sure.
And that's why I love doing these shows. It's, it gives me and Eric a chance to just sit here and, be nerds in front of people who are other nerds, and, hope that people, we talk about the dark half, go watch the dark half again. This is what we saw, go back and watch it this way. It's been 10 years or 15 years since you watched it. Go give it another look, and maybe you'll appreciate it more, or maybe it'll make you want to go do something or read something or watch something you haven't before. And, just, kind of get those creative juices flowing, get that love of what you love about films back, because I think we lose that from time to time. And it's like, it's okay to like stupid shit. It's okay to like the bad stuff. It's, but celebrate the stuff you love, even if other people don't love it. Let your flag fly.
I got to use the restroom. I've had a lot of alcohol.
We've been warned about this, folks. We've been warned about this. Jason asked me to stock the green room, and we went ahead and did that for him.
That's right.
So Eric, Day of the Dead, moving the needle anymore for you?
Well, I mean, it's hard to kind of, it's not like it's a film that I've not watched enough. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's not like, I don't think anybody needs to, I mean, I'm certain there's people out there that would tell you they're a huge fan of the film that have seen the film a lot less than I have and know a lot less than I know about it. Because I celebrate his entire career. I mean, I've watched the amusement park twice this week. I watched O.J. Simpson Juice on the Loose a couple nights ago. I'm kind of mowing through those sports documentaries right now, which I need to get those your way, because I mean, obviously O.J. Simpson is not like, the most wholesome character we could be learning about, but man, that documentary really gets my juices flowing, man. I told you they've got
no pun intended.
Yeah, or maybe it was.
Matt,
maybe.
Are you like a truck driver or something? Do you have a bottle underneath the table or something where you haven't been able to go?
A piss jug.
Dude, yeah.
No, this is my third 24-ounce Iron City, and I timed my bladder correctly when you were showing off your collection to sneak. I have a bathroom within arm's reach in my den, so I snuck out early. But I'm
taking a break.
There's been a couple live traffic reports where I've snuck off.
I felt my kidneys just about ready to.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I got time out. Like this is when I wish it was like Saved by the Bell, where everyone would just freeze and I could get out.
Yeah. No, I try to pace myself. The first one usually goes pretty quick. The second one a little slower, and then I'm like, shit. No, it's it's funny. A couple, my friend is a special effects guy and a filmmaker. And about 10 years ago, I think it was for my 30th birthday, he'd made me a about 3/4 size bruiser mask. And shit like that. And I love having friends that do shit like this, because even though I know I can't, and I probably could if I had the time, and I don't, I love seeing shit like this. And I think it's great when you put your artwork out there and people look, oh my God, I love it. It just, like you said, when George saw it, he just was like, oh my God. They never set out to make these movies for people to do the shit that we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think sometimes they always get it, because they're not in our mindset and we're not in theirs. But I think they really appreciate the love and the effort that we give them. And I think, having display cases like you do, that I do, and, I know Eric does, it really goes to show the longevity of these types of films, 35, 40, now 50 years with Night, that, hopefully we're passing on to other generations.
Right.
I try to show my kids, this is why I love this movie.
Right.
And hopefully they have fun watching it, because I have fun showing it to them.
Right.
And, and like you said, we can go to the Monroeville Mall, or we can go to, Fort Myers, and we can play. You can go and play in Fort Myers and be a zombie. I can go to the Monroeville Mall and be a zombie whenever I want. And I still have fun doing it at the age of almost 40.
Every single time. And it doesn't get old. And that's the funny thing, because every year we go and I take pictures every single time at the same angles. And I can look at all my photos on my cell phone and I'm like, the exact, but it's just, it's just part of it. It's when you're a fan, you just can't get enough of it. And the funny thing was, I was listening to the radio this morning and they were talking about people who collect. And I thought it was so weird, because obviously talking with you all tonight, and they were talking about collecting, and they were like, what is it that makes people collect? Is it because, like, I like Back to the Future. Do you guys like Back to the Future?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we all like Back to the Future, but do you collect anything from Back to the Future?
I bought that
I got the
USA
Blu-ray.
Today that came out a couple years ago.
I got that.
I got that.
But what is it that made us collect Romero stuff and not,
it's an interesting question you bring up, Jason,
there
because
was something that just, because we can love it, but what is it that made us collect that certain item?
Well, people ask me, like, when did you start collecting? And that goes right over my head, because that's like, I don't even know what that is. I don't collect. You know what I mean? It's like, to me, people that collect are people that buy things and put them in closets and put them in boxes. That's people that collect. Like, the shit I buy goes on the wall. It's out. If it's not out there where I can see it, or if I can't feasibly conceive of some way of featuring it, then it's like, I don't even know why I'd even buy it.
This Red Heat poster behind me, I remember seeing Red Heat in the theater. I was only 7 when it came out, and I remember asking the theater owner if I could have the poster. That has been on my wall continuously since 1988.
That's awesome.
So when did you start collecting? I don't know. I just knew that I always had this stuff. And I say, and I think I said this to Eric and my wife, is like, there's something in my DNA for Romero, Blair Witch, and a few other things that I just love having. I love showing my love for it. And it's, the weird shit that's out there. And I'm like, oh, this is really neat. Like, why do I need a matchbook with the Blair Witch Project logo on it? I can't answer that. And I don't think anyone that truly has a love and a reverence for film can really give you an answer that makes sense outside of your own head.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sometimes you feel weird not being able to answer that question in a way to satisfy someone else, because any answer you give isn't satisfactory to you.
Right.
Here's my BP collection.
Yeah. See, I mean, look,
I got like a plate, a truck, a lighter, letter opener, an ashtray. Sorry, a hat,
Yeah, I told Eric.
keychains, playing cards.
Yeah, I told Eric before. I said my laptop in the basement that I'm sitting on right now is made on a coffee table of 2 used NASCAR tires. Why the hell do I need NASCAR tires? I have 8 NASCAR tires in my basement that serve multiple purposes. I couldn't tell you why I love them. I just do. It's something different.
Right. It's just something in the DNA, like what you were saying. It's just something that's there.
I don't even acknowledge it though. I mean, it's like collector. Nah.
Yeah.
I buy things I like.
This is a piece of the chimney from the Evil Dead cabin. It's nondescript. It's got soot on one side. So if someone came down and was like, why do you have this rock in your basement? I'm like, it's not a rock. That's from the cabin in the Evil Dead. And they look at me like, what do you mean? And I'm like, it's from a movie. Just don't worry about it. It's just Yeah, I need to have this on my shelf because my love for Evil Dead.
I guess my point is, Jason, what you have in your, behind you, that's not there so that you can have a collection, is it? No. So it's I don't collect.
It just, like my thing is like something just inside of you makes you want to have this, like what causes that? Because you can love multiple things, but what is it that makes you just have to have that, and that's the thing, because like when I can get on eBay and I can see things and I'm like, oh, that's cool. But then there's just something inside that it's just, this is what you want, and I don't know. I heard that on the radio and I thought that was really interesting this morning because I started thinking about that. Like, what is it that's inside of you that makes you do that? Like if you love other things so much, but then there's something that you love so much, why is it that that's what you collect?
Yeah, we were out in Pittsburgh this week with a friend of ours, and he worked on one of Ed Sanchez's movies called Altered that was filmed down in Florida. And he was showing me all this shit. And I was like, oh my God, I love this movie. And it's nothing to write home about. It's a great sci-fi horror film. But there was something about it that I loved. And he showed me, I was like, can I make a copy of this so we have a digital copy and I can send it to you? I was like, because I just want to read the script, and all of his notes. And I was like you said, we were talking about documents. I was so enthralled by everything that he had. I was like, I just want to read this. And I'm like, oh my God, not that it's worth anything, but to me, it's worth my time to read and get a better understanding of the movie and what went into making it, that, it endears us more to it. I think when you have, stuff like those teeth and you can match it up and say, these are the teeth that bit off Rickles' hands. There's just something about the minutia that we can get into, and we can get into the weeds all we want. We could have probably done a whole show on that set of teeth and your backstory with it. And, and there's a lot of people that are watching that absolutely love this stuff. And I love that people do, because it's not common. It's only for a few select people to understand. And I think that's what makes it even more special. Is that we're sitting here with you and we're like, holy shit, those are the teeth that bit off, those are the teeth that you can match up. I'm like, that was awesome. And you ask a layman that. When I talk to people at work, they're like, what are you doing this weekend? And I try to explain some of my off the wall adventures. They're like, why are you going to this mall?
Right.
I'm like, well, the best way I can explain it is, imagine you're a Trekkie and you can walk under the bridge of the Enterprise and play all day.
Exactly.
Like, that's something people can grasp onto. I was like, think of your favorite movie or your favorite TV show.
Yeah, imagine if the Death Star was still there.
And you could just go play all day.
Oh, Jason's gonna go get the Death Star.
Yeah, right. He's gonna.
No, because when I talk to people and I talk about how much I love Day of the Dead, and I start just going nuts, this is the first thing that comes to their mind is the remake of Day of the Dead.
Oh,
you're running in the wrong circles.
And yes, I own it because it was one of those I purchased before I watched. and it was many moons ago. And if you want to laugh your ass off, just go on YouTube and watch the reviews on this fucking movie. There's people that are throwing this fucking piece of shit across the room. Just it's hilarious. It's one of those movies that I watch and I hate so goddamn much, but you know, I take my anger out on a pillow. I have it in.
Trust me, I gotta eat a bunch of shit because of the Book of Shadows, Blair Witch sequel, and the Dawn remake. I own them both.
Yep.
Pieces of shit. But you know what? There's a place for them here in my house and in my fandom. And you know what? I gotta eat crow. And you know, I own it. I watch them like once a year. And you know, I'd rather my wife just kick me in the nuts for 90 minutes. You know, it'll hurt less. But you know, shit like that. Yeah, you gotta have it. You know,
what did you guys? What do you think about Hell of the Living Dead? Because you guys have both seen that, right?
Oh my god, dude, that's been forever.
And that is pretty much a straight up ripoff of Dawn of the Dead, from the music to the SWAT outfits.
I can cruise through that thing and just kind of giggle sometimes, and then there's times where I watch it and it just pisses me off because it's horse shit. But it's I keep flipping.
It's so bad.
It's really bad, yeah. And I'm not going to be upgrading to the Blu-ray on that, but I do have the Bruno Mattei double feature with the Rats, which is equally god awful. But I don't know. It is weird. It's one of those movies that, like I said, I can watch it one time and giggle all the way through, and then next time I can't make it through 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Everyone who thinks Book of Shadows is good is totally. I've never seen Book of Shadows.
There you go. Let's keep it that way.
Well, you were kind of half-ass responsive to the remake, or no?
Yeah, I enjoyed what Simon and Adam did with the. It wasn't a remake; it was a straight sequel, but remakes just kind of flows off the tongue easier. It was in the same vein as the original, and they expanded the mythology a little bit and took it in their own direction. I'm okay with that. The Book
was it
of
a first-person deal?
Yeah,
or?
Yeah, and I would have been okay with it not being. It has strengths, it has weaknesses. You know, Book of Shadows was a straight studio thought of, hey, we can do this better. So it's like if someone decided to make Day of the Dead from a studio perspective, you know, back in '85, and we got the shit that Jason showed us, it would have been kind of the same mentality. You know, I'm okay with remakes. You know, I like the Texas Chainsaw remake.
Was there a point in the Book of Shadows remake where the Heather character said, "It's just wind. It's just wind. I'm gonna walk in a straight line and everything's gonna be okay."
No, someone in my Blair Witch group asked, what do you think Heather saw in the movie when she's yelling, "What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?" when they're running from the tent? I said she saw the sequel that was coming out the next year. And it's just the first thing that rolled off my tongue. I'm just unapologetically against that movie. I get that people love it. You know, I'm never gonna fault. You know, if Jason said, "Yeah, I really like this piece of shit," hey man, I got no problem with it. Yeah,
hey,
see, I mean, if you love it, you love it. I mean,
real quick, I want to Mark Anthony Curzon, thank you for hanging with us. We started a little late tonight, sir, and proud of you for hanging in there with us from Great Britain.
I want to say to the British guys, you know, thank you. You know, like Eric said, you know, I know we start late here on East Coast USA time, and you guys hang out with us, and you know, Friday nights are not our normal what we've done on Saturday. You know, evenings a little early. That's partially my fault. I have a drive-in concert to go to tomorrow night and stuff, and my schedule's a little out of whack. You know, I got to go see Garth Brooks in concert through a drive-in tomorrow night. I can't deny my love of Garth.
For $100 crispy too, ain't it?
I don't give a shit. It comes out to $25 a person. I don't care. I'm taking the whole family, and they're gonna suffer through it. You know, when Eric was texting me, he's like, "Hey, we got to get Jason on. How's this work?" And I was like, "No." It's like, "How about this?" "No." "How's this?" "No." I I was like, God damn it, I feel like a dick. I was like, we got to get Jason on.
And I saw a Friday night. I'm like, what the fuck? They never do Friday nights. What's going on?
Yeah, the concert starts at it opens up at like 6 and it doesn't start till like 9, and I want to get over there. And I was like, yeah, look, we just hit the 3-hour mark. Like, this shit goes by so quick. We could wax all night about, one movie or one piece of collectibles. And, I was like, I know this is, I got to work tomorrow too. And it's like,
Shit.
I don't have to go until like 8 or 8:30. So it's not like I got to be in super early, but it's like, we got to get this in, we got to get Jason on.
Mm-hmm.
This is, something we need to, we need to have on, this is why we like doing these, these Facebook things, regardless of who tunes in,
Right.
shit like this, you can't do on an audio only podcast. You can describe your corral, but until people can see it and really get to see all of your work, this is, I applaud Eric for really saying, look, we need to do more of this. I'm like, let's do it. I don't care. Whatever your visions are, I think
I love this. I love this podcast because it's motivation. It really is. And before the whole convention world, you really felt like you were out here by yourself, growing up in Kentucky, coal mining town with there was.
We're at in Kentucky.
Born and raised in Paintsville. That's East Kentucky. I always say Lexington because obviously that's a little bit more well known.
Is that near Pikeville?
Yeah, Pikeville. Yeah.
You ever heard of Dead Pit?
Dead Pit.
Deadpit.com. That's the first podcast I ever listened to. It's a couple of guys out of Pikeville.
Do you listen to them? Jesus.
Horror talk radio out of Pikeville. They started in 2005. Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, well. Did they actually know what they were talking about or what?
Dude, they were big time. They interviewed like everybody in the industry. Surprised you didn't hear of them.
No. I mean, at that time, it was just so funny because growing up in Eastern Kentucky, trying to relate my feelings towards these movies, no one even saw these movies. And I remember one guy. When I was like in high school, he was a couple years older than me, and he came in one day in high school and he actually had a Dawn shirt on. And right off the bat, I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to be best friends with this guy. And, and so I told him, I was like, dude, I love Dawn, blah, 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 blah. And we talked. And then years later, he was working at like one of the convenience stores, and I met up with him and we talked and everything about Dawn. And I was telling him about how I was going to be living in Pittsburgh soon and how I was going to visit the Monroeville Mall. And then I moved to Pennsylvania, and then I went back to my hometown to go meet up with him at where he used to work. And I found out he passed away. And, like to me, that was kind of like he was the only person I could really relate to being in my hometown because no one else knew anything about these movies of Romero except him. And then when I went back to go see him and he had passed, that really sucked, especially just, like being just from a small town, just getting just someone with the same interest. And then they, they're no longer around. That just sucked. So,
yeah, I never grew up knowing anyone that was into George's films. Right. I mean, my dad randomly taped On of the Dead, and I don't think I ever grew up, even into my 20s or so, that anyone that I knew in person from my hometown or local area I knew who George Romero was. And it wasn't until after I was 18 that I met other people that were like me. And, now I work, in the financial world, and every once in a while someone walks in, I see like a sleeve of like horror tattoos, and I immediately go, we're going to be best friends. I want to talk to you. And it's like, I'm like waiting on them, or I'm working in my office with them. And I'm like, I like your, I don't care what it is. Like, I like your jigsaw tattoo, or I like your scream face tattoo. And their eyes light up. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm a big horror guy. And, we just start talking, or they're from Pittsburgh. I'm like, oh, you're from Pittsburgh? Where from? And they tell me where. And I'm like, oh, I'm usually in and around Monroeville or Evans City, and their eyes light up. And I'm like, oh yeah, I go. I'm a George Romero fan, and they know. And
Yeah.
you know, we kind of have that bond. So it's always nice when you meet like a Romero fan, you know, out in the wild, you know, not in our own habitat of the convention world or the Facebook groups.
I don't think I've ever met one in the wild. Ever.
It's when you least expect it.
I have a picture of George and me and my son in my office, and it sits behind me on my windowsill. And a lady said, she goes, who is that? Because she couldn't see. It's only a 4x6. I said, oh, that's me and my son and George Romero. And she goes, oh, the director from Pittsburgh? I was like, yes. And she was some like 65-year-old woman. I would never have guessed it would have known who George Romero was. But her and I like bonded over Pittsburgh and George Romero like instantly. And I was like, I love this.
I do the same thing when I'm talking to someone for the first time. I'm scanning their tats if they have any that's visible. You know, I'm just scanning them just to see, because just the little thing that you see could just create a conversation, and before you know it, you're best friends.
Yep.
Because it somehow all ties in together.
Yep. Nope. I love it. I love that kind of stuff. And I love it that people like us, it's more socially acceptable to be like us, and you know, people understand fandom and collecting, and, films like this, have a place in society that aren't like the back room of a video store where horror was always in the back when I was a kid. All the video stores I ever went to, horror was in the back. Yeah. And you went back there, you grabbed it, and you can't, and they would just look at the cover and they'd be like, why do we even have this piece of shit? And you're like, you're renting like Extra or some shit like that. And
they had the with the dirty mags. I mean, with the that was the thing when I was a kid. I'd go back and look at the Fangoria, and then I would always see that guy that would get one of the dirty mags, and I'm just like trying to look over his shoulder to see what he was looking at. But yeah, I mean,
that was the coolest thing about Fangoria, is that was my internet in the 80s. Mm-hmm. You flip back to the one ads and the I think what they did was, I guess every subscriber was able to just kind of place ads or whatever little comment they wanted in the back, and that was like the internet of the day. And I could only get that in my grandmother's, Bonifay, Florida, Piggly Wiggly.
I didn't come across Fangoria a lot as a kid. The grocery stores and places around me didn't carry it. And every once in a while,
that made it special.
Yeah, the comic book store that I go to every week to get my comics. I also go. The owner's he gives me my guitar lessons, and I was doing my guitar lessons on Monday night, and I turn around, I'm picking up, and I was like, "You got Fangoria, like the newer ones?" And I was like, holy shit, I didn't know you got them. So I was like, because I don't have them, so I might as well grab them. He goes, here.
They've got them in store for purchase?
Yeah. He's got like the 4 or 5 issues or whatever. Mm-hmm. And he goes, here, come here. And he goes in the back and he points down at this box. He goes, that's almost a complete run of the original series. Mm-hmm. I was like, shit. Mm-hmm. And he just picked them up. And I'm like, can you let me go through them and pick out what I want? Because there's a couple of issues that I've always wanted that I've never gotten. And, I'm just like, shit. But again, it's acceptable. Fangoria, Horror Hound, all those magazines and stuff, are being churned up more and more with mainstream, cross-pollination. Who would have thought 20 years ago, shit like this would be socially acceptable? Not that it ever was. It's just it's more common.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, when I was in high school, I could never talk this shit to girls because I would never like they never would have understood it, because I was always that guy for Halloween that would dress up as the zombie. And then I'd learn, like, what, girls don't like the guys that dress up as zombies for Halloween. They prefer the guys that dress up as, like, Zorro and stuff like that. So I had to put this shit on pause for a little bit. But but then it's so nice though, having spouses that understand that your geekness, or your passion, what it is that you have about these things, because because they just mean so much to all of us.
Yeah, I mean, when my wife and I started dating, my dorm room in college had 5 Blair Witch posters on the wall. So I mean, she kind of knew what she was getting into from the start. And we were only dating for a couple of days before I showed her Dawn of the Dead. And I said, well, I'm going to the Monroeville Mall this weekend. Do you want to come with me? And she said, why? I said, let me bring the VHS over. Well, I'll show you why, you know. And she's like, okay, we'll go. And, you know, 21 years later, you know, she's still with me and she still gets it. I still get pushback.
Yeah.
I still get the occasional pushback. But she understands that when it comes to George or Dawn or Blair, there's kind of like a blank check that I get because it's part of me, and I sometimes have to justify some of the other purchases or kind of talk her into it. But there's a lot more wiggle room, and I'm glad she gets it. And you know, people are like, "Oh, you're so lucky," and I'm like, "I am," but you know it. To her credit, she gets it. She understands it's what I love and everything. And just like, you know, she's into running. You know, she's like, I'm gonna go run a 5K this weekend with so and so, and I'm like, okay, go have fun. You know, I love the fact that she loves to go to the Pittsburgh and do the half marathon. You know, we both love Pittsburgh for our own reasons, and she gets to go do the half marathon, or she was going to do the full marathon this year until the COVID stuff started, but. You know, we both mutually benefit from this stuff. You know, she gives me the leeway, I give her the leeway, and you know, it balances out. So it's nice having an understanding spouse. I mean, Eric flew into Pittsburgh 2 weeks ago by himself, and you know, he had a blast, and you know, I hope his wife
taking
knows
shit for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, I hope his wife knows he was in good hands. I took care of him. I didn't lead him astray, and you know, I didn't take him to, you know, Bob and Sandy's party and, you know, get him infected or anything. But you know, we had a blast, and you know, I although I did catch some shit from Eric, like, oh, have fun tomorrow in Pittsburgh, and I was like, I thought Eric was going. I'm like, he's just having fun. You know,
it was a smoke screen.
You know, we were just
trying to see who was going to be out there.
You know, we were having some fun with it, and she's like, I thought he was coming. I'm like, he is, I promise.
Do I need to send her a message about this? I've thought about it.
No. It's
am
all
I going to
good.
do more harm than good?
No. We went and we had a drink in one of the bars by one of the Two Evil Eyes locations. I told my wife, I said, oh my God, look who showed up in Pittsburgh. You know, so if my wife's like, hey, if I said to her, I said, hey, Jason's coming up to go to Pittsburgh. He wants to drive around. She's like, who's Jason? I was like, oh, here, this is Jason. She'd go, okay, go have fun. You know, she gets it.
Right.
She knows I'm going out there to have a good time with other like-minded folks. And, you know, I come home happy, and, you know, she's happy, and, you know, we really can't ask for anything more with the understanding spouses. You know, although we do test our limit, I guarantee you, we test their limits.
especially when that item comes in the mail and they're like, "What is this? What is this?"
Yeah,
and that's what sucks about my wife right now working from home during this whole COVID thing, because now she's starting to see the shit that's coming in. When before I would say, "Oh, I've had that for years." Now she's starting to see it.
See, I own it. I'll say, "Oh no, it wasn't that expensive. Don't worry about it." But she was working from home for that 3 months, and there was a time where there was like almost a package a day for like 2 weeks. And she's like, what'd you get now? And I'm like, oh, just wait till I get home, I'll show you. You know, and you kind of have to sell her on it. You're like, look, I've been looking for this for years. It was only $5. I don't tell her what it costs to ship. But I'm like, oh, don't worry about it. It was only $10. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I was like, I could have gone to McDonald's for lunch, or bought this. And that's how I justify it. I say, look, I don't
forever.
Exactly. I was like, I don't go out and eat for lunch. I make my own tuna sandwiches for lunch. It costs me $1 to make lunch versus $10.
I'm kind of curious though, Jason, do you collect outside of, I mean, do you have things outside of Day of the Dead?
No, I got like what I showed with the Night of the Living Dead, the face appliance. I have autographs from Dawn of the Dead, from cast and crew and stuff like that. No, not at all.
Yeah,
it's
That's a good thing that you can keep it kind of contained to Day of the Dead. I mean, that's something that I kind of hate sometimes. That I have Dawn, and then I do the General George stuff, and then the Blair Witch stuff, and then we have friends that are authors, so we read their books and buy their books, and I got the vinyl for certain things, and then obviously the movie collection. So I have to become more selective because my money is spread so far across different things. Where you're lucky where you're able to hone it in and say, look, I'm just doing Day.
And that's it.
And Eric, just like me, he's spread out across the Romero genre a little bit, with the BP stuff, which I think is cool. I'm like, oh man, that's great to have the BP stuff, and he likes the Season of the Witch stuff, and he kind of he has that range.
Well, I don't really know it till I see it though. Like I said, it's I don't collect everything.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm the same way. It's like I'm not the biggest Season of the Witch person, but a couple of years ago, my wife got me the Laserdisc from Japan. I'm like, okay, cool, that's awesome, and shit like that.
Got Ray Lane's ass on it.
Well, I mean, you're the biggest. Yeah, I mean, come on, you're the biggest Ray Lane fan that anyone knows, and if
my daughter's in the room hearing me say this.
Yeah. But I mean, my wife last year for Christmas got me the Hawthorne Village of the Monroeville Mall. She just randomly found it on Facebook. Yeah. And I sometimes forget that she's on the lookout for that stuff.
Right.
And it's still nice to be surprised after all these years that she's like, here, you need to open this last. And I opened it up and it's at Hawthorne Village. And I was like, you could have just gotten me this for Christmas and I would have been excited.
Right. That was like my wife for my birthday. She surprised me with the red Day of the Dead production, crew T-shirt. I wasn't expecting that at all. And she had, like what I said, she went through one of the other collectors that I talked to, and I wasn't expecting that. And she was just like, she was so excited. She gave it to me like a couple of days early, and she's like, here, just take this and just go ahead and open it. And I opened it and I just looked at it and I looked at her. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, I was so surprised because, she understands, she knows what it is that I love and I enjoy. And she took that time and the effort to do that. Mm-hmm. And I hate saying it, but that's more than almost what I would do. I would just be like, oh, okay, she just, she wants. And for her to do that puts some time and effort into it.
Yeah. I mean, think about how the stuff we look at and we covet for years and we say, oh, I'm going to get this someday. I'm going to get this someday. And then your spouse finally decides this is the day you're going to get it because I want you to have it. You've been talking about it for 2, 3, 4, 5 years and they pull the trigger on it. I think that does mean more when they get it for us because they recognize that.
Right.
And they allow us that little extra at Christmas time or our birthday or anniversary or whatever to say, look, I know you've been looking at this. I just went ahead and got it for you. And sometimes my wife was like, is that okay? I'm like, yeah, it's okay. You got it for me. Thank you. Yeah. That means more than me buying it for myself. I can go through all of my collectibles and I can tell you the stuff that my wife got me. And it always means more because
I can easily tell you the stuff my wife got me.
Yeah.
Boom.
Well, I mean,
she's a sport, though, I guess.
Well, I mean, and they all are. It's definitely interesting being married to someone who's not into this, like we are, versus if you were married to someone, would that be any different? I think it means more that they're not because they recognize it. They encourage our love of this stuff. And I think it makes it even more special that they find those really random items to get for us. And, I cherish that stuff even more. I would say, our first wedding anniversary, my wife got me a sealed Dawn board game.
Oh, nice.
I never thought of buying it because I'm like, oh, it's so expensive. And then my wife gets me the sealed one. I'm like, okay, it's staying sealed because you bought it for me. I'm not going to open this up, and she got same thing. She got me the hardcover novel back when it was like super rare, wasn't as available. And I'm like, she picks up on what I'm, putting down sometimes. And, 6 months go by and I'm like, oh, I should have bought that. And she's like, yeah, I bought it 6 months ago. I've had it in the closet since then. And I'm like, shit.
I take that back. My wife did buy me the George doll from the Garf.
Oh, nice.
October 2019 at the
Nice.
Yeah, so she did that. I give her credit.
I'm going to go get a charger for my laptop. It's almost. I'm waiting for my headset to go dead. All right.
Nice.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of maybe. I'm sure there's something, but it wouldn't be anything to the level of a crew T-shirt. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be anything that required a deep dive.
Yeah,
it requires some research and some contacts.
Yeah, I'm always surprised that Pam has found some of the stuff that I've wanted. Like I said, the Hawthorne Village. It wasn't something I ever talked about.
Yeah,
once or twice here and there, it would come up, and I'd be like, "Oh man, I really want to get this."
Right.
So she's low key looking for Dawn of the Dead stuff at the right time, and either she's coming down and looking at my stuff to see what I have, or she already knows in the back of her mind what I have or what I want. And it's always surprising to find that she's still looking for that one thing that she knows that I want. And I'm never going to complain about it because
no, I wouldn't either.
It's I don't know. I can't put my wife over enough for that kind of stuff.
The damn the Hawthorne Village, I actually bought those from Hawthorne. And the thing is you couldn't really get those unless you subscribed to the whole line.
Yeah, they did a whole
I would call them and beg them to sell me the individual until they get, I mean, I got it at MSRP, so I can't complain, but you literally had to beg them, like, I just want this one piece. Please just give me this one piece.
Yeah, a friend of mine, she ended up having the trucks, and she's like, oh, I'm getting rid of them. And she's like, here, I thought of you. Do you want it? And I was like, yeah, sure. How much? And he goes, well, what I paid for it. And I was like, sold.
It was like, what, like $69.99?
Yeah, it was like $70. And she's like, I've had it for years and never displayed it. I mean, she gave me the box with the certificate and everything.
So you're only missing the airport house?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, I mean, I'm sure
they're kind of now that those I could consider that's kind of in the realm of collecting for me, because I don't think I get like a lot of joy out of those, but I don't know, for some reason I had to have them.
Yeah. Like, we've talked about, there's certain things that I get just because it's got the Dawn logo on it or something. And I'm like, I don't need it. It doesn't have like the super value, but it's a cool enough collectible. Like you said, the Hawthorne stuff is a collectible. It was a semi-mass produced piece. And
I'm guessing most of the people that got those, like in the subscription, could care effing less. They were after the Halloween house, the Friday the 15th.
And I think those are what the collectors are after, because it was those, and the Dawns were kind of an afterthought.
Yeah.
When you get to the Myers house and the Nightmare house, you're getting into a different realm of collecting that's out of the Romero stuff. And for what my wife paid for them all is a lot less than I thought it would be. And for what I paid for the trucks, I was like, shit, I'll take it in a heartbeat. They're
not cheap. They're even at rock bottom price, they're not cheap.
No, but for what I paid for, even $70 for something that's now 15 years old. Yeah, shit. Yeah. If I find the airport for $70, I'm going to snatch it up, because why not?
Matt Landrum says his wife accidentally tore through his Judith O'Day autograph. For some reason, she decided to open his mail that day.
Oh, yeah. I remember he posted that a few weeks ago. Yeah, I remember that. Nope, I remember that.
So, Jason, what's something tragic that you've missed out on day wise? Well, I think you mentioned earlier the collar.
Jesus, there was like a military bag. It was nothing. It was nothing fancy at all, but it was just a green military bag that I missed out on. I think it was back in 2012, and I was like, "Where the fuck was I?" Because I missed it on eBay, and I kicked myself in the rear for that. The only reason why I know anything about it is because there's a website called I think it's called Worth. Let me find it really fast. Worth Point, I thought it was.
It was like a price estimate website.
So, anyways, yeah, it's an actual website that keeps track of everything that's ever been sold on eBay. Worthpoint.com.
Worth Point. Okay.
Yeah. And it keeps track of everything that's ever been sold on eBay. So when I get bored, I'll type in Day of the Dead 1985 and I'll scroll through that motherfucker forever just to see what is there. And apparently there was like this it was a bag. I don't know if you can see it or not. Let's see. No, you're not going to see that. It was just a military bag from the movie that was signed by some of the cast and stuff like that. But that was back in 2012. I guess it was. Somehow I missed it. I don't know. But
what did it sell for?
Oh, it doesn't say the price.
That's
the thing. It doesn't say the price. It just shows the listing and the details and everything like that. But that's the reason why I get on these websites before I go to sleep. And first thing in the morning, because you just never know. Because I'm the type of guy that if I see something and I know it's rare, I don't care. I'm going to buy it right there and then at that price. There's no negotiating. I'm going to go ahead and get it because I want it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because I don't want that Sunday, Monday, the Sunday money thinking about it. And then someone else come in and then get it, and then I'm going to be really upset when I should just jumped right on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that leaving the show and not buying something you should have bought the first day there when you saw it is the absolute worst feeling in the world.
It's the worst, and you think you're doing yourself a favor, and you're not. You're just constantly thinking about it. You're trying to go to sleep, and you keep thinking of that item, and then. Either it's going to be there and it's not, and you try negotiating, and you should just go ahead and just purchase it right from the very beginning. And that's, that was what I did with that Italian poster over there. I lost so much sleep that night at that convention, and I should have just bought it right from the beginning. So that's just what I do now. If I see it, I just grab it.
Yeah, I'm starting to subscribe to your theory. I mean, I've got some ideas. Somebody says $700. I'm like, here's $500 fucking dollars. Take it or leave it. You know what I mean? Like, make the offer.
Yeah.
You never know until you try.
Yeah.
You really don't know. And then sometimes you kind of kick yourself in the butt because it's like, fuck, I should have just went ahead and did it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I don't know. It's just, I guess it just wasn't meant to be at that time. Eventually everything comes back around, hopefully, but you just never know.
I'm struggling to think of something. Matt, can you think of anything that you're just like, damn it, I didn't buy it and then it was gone?
There was a Blair Witch item a couple of months ago. It was a candlestick holder, and it's something you could have bought at Suncoast.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy had it up for, I don't know, like $100. I offered him like 25 because I'm like, that's only what it costs. Yes, it's rare, but it's not like it's worth anything.
Mm-hmm.
And he rejected my offer, and I was like, oh, he's still selling it. And I couldn't, for some reason, I couldn't redo an offer. And I don't know if it was something on my phone or whatever. So a buddy of mine texted me a few weeks later, and he goes, hey, look what I just got. And it was a fucking candlestick holder. And I was like, shit, I offered him $25. What'd you offer him? He was like, I offered him 40. I was like, motherfucker. Yeah. But I know the guy that got it. It's in good hands. I'm not super upset about it. You know, I said, well, if someday down the road you want to get rid of it, let's work on a trade or, you know, a fair price, you know, and you know, we're good friends. So I'm not super worried about it. But stuff like that I'm like, I let that go. Or I dick around at work. I see it in the morning and I'm like, oh, I'll buy it in the afternoon. It's fucking gone.
Right. That's the worst because you're thinking about it the whole entire day. And that's why you just got to jump on it. If you see it, you just got to jump on it. Yep. And even if you think you're overpaying, just go ahead and do it because you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
What's the price of missing out on it, you know? And that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I think there was one auction. Now that I think of it, it was the Equibank sign from Dawn of the Dead.
Oh,
it was one of the letters, and I was like, you know, I don't even remember. It might have been the Q. I have no idea. But I was like, you know what? I'll probably go a couple hundred on that. Ended up going for like $625 or something. You know, which is ridiculous. But thinking about it now, yeah, I'd much rather have just spent the money and had it.
Yeah,
but
it's
the question. But would you rather spend the money on having multiple items or on just one big item?
Well, I mean, I think once we get to this level of the game, there really are no multiple small items anymore. You know.
Well, I mean, like, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, again, Jason, I'm the same way. I check eBay multiple times. I haven't bought anything off eBay in over 2 weeks. There's kind of like a drought right now on eBay. And I'm sitting there going, I'm like, where the hell is all the shit that was up here weeks ago? And I'm like, oh, but like Eric said, when you get to this after 20 years, or you get this, you know, it starts to become more quality because you're like, I need to spend the money on this one item now that I should have spent years ago. You know, a $200 item, you're like, well, shit, I bought 10 or 15 things at 10 or 15 bucks a pop, and I could have bought this one thing that I've been waiting for. Now I need to get it because it's becoming harder and harder to get because the more that people get, they're holding on to.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not as free with it like they used to be.
Right. Yep.
And, you know, I've seen that with some of the stuff I've been getting is I'm spending a little bit more now than I probably would have 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I see stuff being listed. I'm like, I bought that 5 years ago for a tenth of what what they list is not what they're selling it for, because I keep seeing them relisted over and over for the same price. And I'm like, you're never going to sell it for that price because it's not worth it. Just because something is 20 years old does not mean it's vintage.
Right.
Okay. You know, a 20-year-old t-shirt should not cost $100. And these people that are selling this shit for, you know, 80, 90 bucks for a t-shirt, I'm like, I've been watching you list this for 6 months at the same price. When are you going to list it for 25 bucks?
Right. Just take it down. Just take it down a little bit.
Yeah, because you're not selling it. If it doesn't sell in the first month or two, putting it up for 6 months and offering $5 less is $5 at $100 is not going to be what someone is going for.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not going to be like, oh, and they spent 95. Oh, I made a deal.
I feel like on eBay, the thing that drives me nuts is you go through this time where you never find anything, and then everything appears at once. Do you ever feel like that? And you're like, fuck. Like, oh my God, here's all this stuff, and here it is all at once, and you're trying to debate on, you know, like this or this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a certain price point that if it's under a certain price point, it's a buy it now.
Okay.
Buy it now. Like, there's a certain dollar amount. And then there's the ones where I'm like, shit, do I want that? Like, I want it. I'm like, is it worth it? But I've never seen it before. And, you know, you go back and forth. And then the one you really want, it's never a fucking buy it now. Right. It's always like, it's like they put it up for bid. And I'm like, why? Why are you putting it? Yeah. Why are you putting it up for bid? Like, put it up for $20. I'll give you $20 right now for it, but you put it up for like $30 for a bid, and you have to sit there for 6 days, and you're like, this is stressing me out.
That's the word. Because you're constantly like thinking about it.
And you know when the auction ends at 3:00 in the fucking afternoon on a Friday when you're the busiest at work because you want to get out of there, and that's when everyone else wants to come in and talk to you because they waited all week to call you or call you back, and you're like, motherfucker, I'm sitting on eBay right now trying to bid. I was at work a couple of weeks ago and I was doing one of the prop auctions, first one I ever did. A buddy of mine showed me, and there was something on there that I wanted. Because I have 2 monitors at work, and I was like, I'm going to have it on this screen. I'm going to do work. And I kept like going back and forth. And I'm like, I got it. But then I kept it up because I wanted to see how the auction went on. I was like, I was enthralled for the entire afternoon. I was like, thank God I didn't want something that was super rare or like super expensive, because that shit got nuts. And I was like, oh my God, and then some days I'm like, I don't want to buy anymore.
Yeah.
Like, why am I doing this?
What I hate is when you purchase something and then it's kind of like, you maybe have some extra free money and you purchase something and then something comes up and you're like, God damn it. I just bought this and now this just came up and now,
Oh yeah. Like Arrow comes out and be like, look at this box set of this favorite movie that you've always wanted in a box set. And it's $80. And you're like, fuck, where were you 2 weeks ago when I had the $80 and didn't feel guilty about spending it, but you buy it anyway, and you have that just like that silent guilt that you go to bed with at night, and you're like, I know I'm going to regret it if I didn't buy it, but I hate myself for the next day or so until I get it in my hands feeling. And you never tell your wife how much you spent on it, but you show her how much you enjoy it.
Half.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 Yep. It was never.
She's asleep. She's asleep now. That's the reason why.
Yeah. So is mine. But come on, dude. She knows. She knows at this point. Because you know why? Because your body language tells you how much you spent on it. Because when you come home and you're still in your work clothes and you haven't taken your bag off or taken your wallet out of your pocket, and you go right to the scissors to open the package, and you're like, look, she knows you spent money.
I'm like, the doorbell camera said it's here. You go get it right now. Okay. Don't let it sit on that porch any longer.
I've had stuff delivered to work just because I didn't want it sitting on. When I bought a camera lens a bunch of years ago, and I'm like, camera lenses are expensive, and I didn't want that sitting on my front porch. Not that I live in a bad neighborhood. I don't. I live in a great neighborhood. I wanted that at work because I'm like, that's a lot of money to be sitting on my front porch for 6 hours till I get home. I don't do it all that often. But yeah, usually the eBay stuff is, I'm like, and our mail doesn't come till like right around the time my wife comes home anyway. So it's usually, I'm usually pretty safe with that. Cause she'll grab it. She usually doesn't question.
Depending on what it is, though, I'll drive home and get the damn thing.
I have done that.
Notification.
Yep, I've done that. As soon as I get the delivery that it's been delivered, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take my lunch really late today.
Yep. Oh yeah. Take a quick break.
I've had the sellers to change their names on the label. Don't put your real name. Do not put your real name. Just make up something.
Oh, nice. Yeah. The only time I get the anxiety is when I get the eBay purchase and the pre-release purchase of, a movie or something that comes in. It's like, it's always in a large box or something odd shaped, and they all come on the same day. And you're like, well, fuck, I might as well just take all my lumps on one day rather than spread it out throughout the week. It's like I get the delivery notification from Waxworks. So there's a vinyl at home, there's an eBay purchase, and some pre-order that I ordered 6 months ago that finally came out that I forgot that I ordered and didn't even get the shipping notification on. So I'm surprised by one of the packages anyway. But I've gone through a dry spell. I haven't gotten packages in the last couple of days, and I'm like, did I forget that I ordered something? Am I going to be expecting something? So it's like I go back through my I go back through my
Yep.
email, and I'll type in like shipping confirmation. I'm like, what emails are out there? And I'm like, okay, I'm good. I'm not getting in trouble this week.
Yeah. So I gotta ask, you think everyone's asleep on the
We got
on the
we got 7 people watching. You know,
Yeah, I
we,
think
we,
they've been quiet for a while.
yeah,
Yeah.
they probably have us up, and they're probably getting ready for bed, or they fell asleep with their phone in their hand.
We don't normally hit the 3-hour 49-minute mark.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say
this
we've
yeah.
we've gone long form tonight with you. I think
And-
that's the longest we've
and
ever
maybe-
done.
And I apologize because I'm like so goddamn random sometimes that I just veer off different directions, and before that's just so I don't know, but it's been great. It's been a good conversation tonight.
No, usually when Eric and I record just the audio podcast, we're on for what, a half an hour to 45 minutes before we record, and then there's another hour and a half afterwards. So
Well,
usually,
yeah, Matt's always like, "Yeah, I got to get off, got to get to bed," and then we would talk for. It's like 1 a.m. I'm like, okay, I gotta go now.
yeah, I work tomorrow, and I have to be at work at 8:30. Now my normal bedtime is between 12 and 1 anyway. But it's like I'm usually like on the couch, relaxing, watching a movie or whatever.
Right.
And
You just
then
get fired up, and it's not every day you have these conversations.
Yeah, and it's a lot of the same conversation over and over again. We're just kind of like talking ourselves to finally to do what we've been talking about. So usually, after we get off the phone, I'll send an email or a message to someone that I've been meaning to talk to, just because I'm like, I got to do this now while I'm thinking about it, and I'm going to do that after the show because I have an email to send for hopefully a show next week to do that I can't talk about yet, but it's that kind of stuff. So Sarah said I had to put Danny to sleep,
Yeah.
and I'm listening to you while I'm getting ready to bed. Dana's
You can see these two, Jason.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I see that Sarah had to put Big Danny to sleep, and and the little Danny is watching the living room.
Yeah. God bless Sarah. I love her.
I know. I get confused with the Big Danny and Little Danny.
Yeah.
They're such great people. I love them. They were actually the very first people that I met at a convention where it was just, I felt like I was at ease, not at ease, but at peace, and not even that, but just like this friendship just right off the bat, because like you sometimes you feel like you're the only person out there. And then when you come across other people that have the same interest, and it's not even Romero, before you know it, it's like all of this. Mm-hmm. But Romero, is like the key. And before you know it, it's a whole bunch in one. There's no better feeling. And that's whenever we try going to a convention, or even Sarah and Dan, when they come down to Florida, we're always just like, hey, can we meet up? Like, what's going on? Because we all mean so much to each other, mm-hmm. and it's great. And that's what I love about this stuff, is just being able to stay and communicated with each other.
Well,
I'd love to say that's a Romero thing, but I think that's more of a Sarah thing.
Yeah.
Sarah's awesome.
Yeah.
I'll disarm you.
Yeah. I mean, it's been, almost 20 years for Eric and me. And it starts out randomly. There's just certain people you jive with more than others. Right. Not that there's anything wrong with the people you don't jive with, as much as others, but there's just certain things about certain people that just resonate with you. And you're, like you said, it's very disarming. You can let your guard down. Not that you ever had to have it up, but it's great when you never had to be like, well, I had to grow into this friendship, or I had to really get to know this person. It's just like you can just walk into a certain place and you click with that person right away. And it's like you never, it's like you never not knew this person.
Right. And it's like they've been your friend the whole entire time.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can have all the differences in the world, but there's still that underlying, commonality that you have with them that just keeps you coming back to them. And that's what I love about doing this show is, I think we went we went a lot this week without talking. Like usually Eric and I are talking just about every day. And I think there was a couple of days and I went, well, shit, I haven't talked to Eric. Is he still alive? Because we talked like every day for 2 weeks before going to Pittsburgh, and we were going back and forth. We were on the phone for an hour and a half.
Well, now's not a good time to be telling people you're sick.
Well, yeah.
So I just kind of kept that to myself.
It's a good time telling people you're still alive.
Right.
And it's weird, and I don't put it off, but I got a text from my mom during the show that a longtime family friend of mine just passed away from Corona. Someone I've known my whole life. Found out earlier this week he had COVID-19, and unfortunately tonight he's passed away. And it's a very real thing, and it's scary. And I think there's, when you talk about the collecting stuff and, now's the time to be cultivating these friendships and shit that you've had with people online. We don't, as we're all getting older, Eric and I are a few years apart, and we're like, okay, we've been doing this for a while. It's kind of go time for some of the stuff we've been talking about. Outside of the collecting world, stuff with the podcast or, just sharing ideas and connecting with people. And, you just don't have the time that we used to. We get older, we got work and family and everything else gets in the way. And, we kind of sometimes forget about the fun stuff that, that brought us to where we were. And, sitting here for 4 hours is great. I had a long, busy ass day at work, but I was looking forward to this. I was like, man, I can't wait to get home and sit and fucking, rap Romero for a couple of hours.
Right.
And
I like this week's been this week's been a really long week for me. And this is all I kept thinking about was just like, man, it's just so nice being able to just talk to people with the same interest, because there's just nothing better.
No, I love it, man. Jason, we bring you on. We want to showcase your artwork. And I think we went a good hour and 45 minutes just bullshitting on Romero, which is, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, right. And I mean, that's the great part is, you don't get to talk about this stuff much anymore, especially Romero stuff, because it's not as popular as it was, quote unquote, with the mainstream stuff. But, you still trace all of this shit. A lot of this shit can be traced back to George. A lot of people that, are in their 30s or 40s got into George, before Walking Dead, before all horror went mainstream, and, we didn't have creep show TV shows or, all the shit like that. It was still niche, and, it doesn't matter if you were a George fan or you're more of a Freddy fan or a Jason fan or whatever, there's a common thread through all of us that love all this shit. And when you can get around like-minded people, and you can talk for hours, this is no different than sitting in the lobby of a hotel during a convention on a Saturday night, talking for 4 hours. This is a great replacement for something like that.
And Jason, that's what I love.
The epic Sunshine State meetup is coming up soon, my brother.
We need to, especially if you're going to be in Sanibel Island. Like when are you going to be down that way?
Hang on, I'll tell you. July 22nd through 26th.
Nice. Have you ever been?
Sunday.
Have you been to Sanibel?
Yeah, I've been there a couple times just to do location hunting, and then when my daughter was 1 and she's now 8, we spent a week there, and so yeah, have you been to the Bubble Room on Captiva Island? It's it's kind of a kooky restaurant.
I don't think so.
You would remember it.
we've hit up different places, but when he finally has to use the restroom after almost 4 hours, his bladder's about ready to go. So the thing is, when I tell people about Sanibel Island, they're like, these are people from up north, and they don't know. And I'm like, there's nothing to do. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, well, there's no chain restaurants. There's there's nothing like that. And they're like, well, that sounds kind of boring. And I'm like, no, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
Is being able to go to a place where there isn't anything commercialized. It's locals.
Well, it's like
And
you don't hear any people driving up and down the street with bass going. I mean, it's paradise, man.
You
It's
get
paradise.
to relax. Yep.
And I've been to some, islands in the Caribbean. They don't have anything on Sanibel, especially now that certain regulations have been passed in the region. But no, it just the all you can hear is wind and waves and who'd have thunk it? Like, shells are cool. You don't know shells are cool until you actually can walk on the beach and grab one. It's an amazing place, man.
They're right
and
between
you
your
know
toes.
this. I'm not telling you any news. I mean, it's just if you want some R&R, that's the place to go. I can't think of another place in the United States that could even come close to that. I mean, you got to pay $7 just to get on the island.
So, that toll. But you know what's funny is we go every single year. So we've been there maybe 4 times now, and I still, when I get to the gate, the above ground level, the bunker for Day of the Dead, I still never jump over the fence. I never do.
I've been lucky. I've caught the guy there a couple times.
I got the telephone number, and I want to call them and just because they have a telephone number up on the gate saying, like it's a mosquito complex, like what they do. And there's a telephone number, and I just have so much respect for these places that I just don't want to be that guy. And my wife will lay on the beach, and I'm like, I'm going to go over there. I'm going to go over there. And she's like, don't get arrested. I'm like, okay, I won't. And, so I always walk over there, and I'm tall. I'm 6'4", and I'm looking over the fence, and I'm like, I can jump this fucker if I wanted, but I just don't do it because out of respect and everything like that. And
totally, I would have never gone in there if the gates weren't open. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
That's not me.
I know. And I think about every single time, and I think because things do change over a period of time, but who knows? I would love to get in there and take some photos and everything like that. Those people be like, God, what is up with this guy? This guy's so weird. What, but they just don't understand the meaning of these movies like a lot of us do.
Yeah. Well, shit. Yeah. I mean, it's, well, you got to go to the Bubble Room next time you're there. It's, it's a restaurant on Captiva Island, and it's just quirky as all hell. I mean, there's it has a bunch of, old black and white movie posters from back in the day, and it has like a train that little model train that goes around kind of just underneath the roof or the ceiling that goes into all it. But it's got like this bubble bread that's just like epic. It's kind of like crazy bread from Little Caesars, but it has like cream cheese in it. I want to say it's awful for you, but it's really good.
But
shit.
It's still good for you.
But no, I mean, yeah. If you got time, man, come down. Let's hang for a day. We'll
just let me know. Even like we have our favorite places there in Fort Myers that we like to.
Do you normally stay in Fort Myers?
Yeah, we do. Even though the wife is kind of like, we should really kind of stay on Sanibel, which because downtown Fort Myers, it's a little older and there's not so much going on, but I just can't help it because I'm just geeking out the whole entire time. When I'm there, I'm just walking around. I'm like, there's the Edison Theater. There's the, like everything. I'm just trying to figure out where some of the spots of the movie were shot still. But
I'll tell you what though, Jason, right now, because normally the rates are ridiculous on Sanibel, and like the year we went was right after that hurricane, so rates were really low. And the only reason we're going now is because rates are low again because of COVID-19. So do an Expedia search, man. See, even for just a weekend. I mean,
I think I'll make an offer over to Romero's house owners and see. Oh my God, no! There's
that thing's a fucking complex, bro.
I got the
I
book.
can't imagine what the nightly rate there. That place sleeps like 38.
If the people are willing to allow people to rent it out. But I mean, I can just imagine just going to the same tiki bar that Romero was at, mixing some drinks. I'm trying to find the picture right now in this book. Of course, I didn't save it or anything like that. But
in Scream Greats, if the Romero's interview segments are actually shot in that house when he's sitting
really?
in the wicker chair and all that.
Yeah. I'm trying to look, but that's where they had the after party and everything like that for Day of the Dead. And
I know the picture you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah, but anyways, that stuff's so cool. But even if I was able to stay next door to it, I could just stare at the house.
Well, if if Living Dead Weekend is still on in November, build in some time, and I know I'll definitely be there. I don't know if Eric's coming up or not, but build in some time. If there's places you want to go, let me know. We'll go.
Yeah, I'm going for sure. I already got the hotel booked.
Pick me up, bro.
Which is they're already like sold out there for November. They were telling me.
Yeah, I'm sure they're doing reduced capacity, so not all the rooms are probably going to be booked. But yeah, I got my room a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
that photo right there. You know how much cocaine was done that night? Oh man, they were on everything but rollerblades that night.
Love it.
No, I'm not writing off November just yet, but
yeah, but I'm hoping everything goes as scheduled for November. I can't wait to be up there in November. I mean, being back in Pittsburgh, just that city, that vibe that Pittsburgh has. Once you drive through the Fort Pitt tunnels, you see the city, just that vibe. Because like you can drive through Orlando, and you're like, that's it. That's your fucking downtown. That's your city. Like, go to Pittsburgh, drive through that shit. You get that feeling. You look around, you just get it. It's just
you feel like you're home.
Right. There's something there.
Yep. That's. I mean, I get that feeling every time I get off the turnpike and I get into Monroeville and I see the mall. I feel like I'm there. And then we go into Pittsburgh. We go through the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and I can see, as soon as you come around that bend and you see the city, and you're like, that's it. I'm home.
Yep.
There's never enough time in the world. I could be there for a month and never get done with half of what I want to. Nope. No, I'm going to try to go back out in a couple of weeks, just at least for the day, just to get back out and do something. It's worth the day trip or the overnight trip for me.
Yeah.
I'll never get enough of it.
Man, Jason, it's been a riot having you on here.
Hey, guys. Hey, I feel like everyone's fallen asleep.
Yeah. Hell, we could have watched the Lord of the Rings movie in the time it took to do this show.
Fun.
Well, thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. And like what I said, I think what you guys are doing is amazing. Keep it up. It's influencing, it's inspirational, everything. I love it. I love just listening to you guys in the vehicle, just put you guys on, the interviews, everything. Just keep it up.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. You're exactly the kind of person we're trying to appeal to, my brother. It's I mean, seriously, it's that's a hell of a compliment. And and if we're appealing to people of your mindset, then we're doing something right.
Yeah, this is a labor of love. I mean, it's obviously somewhat self-serving because we love George and we want to do what we can, but we know there's a lot of other people out there that have the same love, but maybe just it gets lost, with everything going on in the world. And if we can bring you back to what brought you into this and kind of remind you why you love George and and everything. You know, that's why our focus is so different from a lot of other shows, because we understand that there's a lot of other people out there with stories that need to be told, and you know what, you never know what you're going to learn. You never know what's going to inspire other people. If it inspires someone to make a movie or make a podcast or pick up the pen and start drawing, or pick up the scalpel and start sculpting, and you know, shit like that.
Pull off the wall and just send to you, man.
Yeah.
It's like, nope, this is yours. This is yours.
I appreciate that. That's too kind of you.
It's been on my wall waiting for you. That's how I feel.
Yeah. So, well, thank you again, Bud, for coming on.
Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys having me on. Keep up the good work, and stay safe and stay scared, right?
That's right.
I'll be DMing you an offer on many a things very soon. Maybe even tonight.
See you guys in November.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you will.
Yes, sir. All right.
All right.
Guys, good night.
Thanks, Bud.
All right. You too, Jason.
See ya. Well, that was a marathon. And I lost Eric. Didn't even get to say goodbye. You know, for the folks that hung in there, you know, Sarah, Matt, you know, Mark, all these guys, I can't always see all the names. Thank you guys so very much. That definitely went a lot longer than what I was expecting, but again, we haven't done these in a while. You know, Jason has been a fantastic supporter of just the show, not just the show, but George, you know, with his artwork and everything. You know, it was great to finally have him on, and really, you know, we spent such a minute amount of time on the artwork, but again, George is a lot bigger than a lot of that stuff, and you know, we love doing this show. We love, you know, the different aspect that we brought to the WGON network. You know, we're going to continue to build on it. Like I was saying earlier, hopefully be on the lookout for next week. I'm going to see if we can get us another show in sometime before the 4th of July holiday. Something I think you guys are really going to love, especially not just under this format, but what we're hopefully going to cover. I promise you we won't go 4 hours next week unless something major happens and we get off track. But it's been a great time. I missed doing these. We were on a roll for a while, and then, you know, summer happens, shit happens, life happens. You know, Eric and I were in Pittsburgh 2 weeks ago, and we were just having a blast, hanging together with other folks. It's been an interesting time with the COVID-19. You know, a lot of summer plans have gone by the wayside. You know, like I said, I found out a long time family friend of mine has passed away from COVID-19. So you never know. Shit's going to happen. It's an unpleasant time. So let's remember to, you know, be kind to one another, be empathetic. Lots happening in the world. It's not always about us. Think your neighbor, say hello, be kind, wear a mask. I don't want anyone to get sick. Please wear a mask so we don't have to wear them much any longer. Social distance where you have to. Be kind to those working. We're all under stress. We all don't want this, so please be kind. Love one another. Have a good time. Watch movies. Read books. Stay tuned. We got more coming up in the coming weeks. We'll throw some photos up of our trip. Hopefully, Eric and I will do a nice debrief with some of the stuff we've seen and whatnot. We'll see you soon, guys. Thanks for hanging in there. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. Hopefully see you before the 4th of July. If for some reason that something doesn't happen for us in the States, have a great 4th of July weekend. Please stay safe. Don't blow your hand off with fireworks. Don't drink and drive. All that good stuff. All right, guys. Have a good one. Good night.